Dirter. 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 Dirter.
What's your doing?
Dirter. Dirter.
Tribune.
Dirter.
This is a herbivore and that's the dinosaur.
Dirter.
Dinosaur man.
Danny, thank you for all that you do for the world. Thank you for building a space that allows for you to share your knowledge with the world. I'm so happy to have found you 3 months ago. This stream is the highlight of my day. I truly enjoy learning new things every single day. I'm stoked for the live digs in the coming months. Thank you for being you, Danny.
Introduce. Introduce.
Blue is cheap.
Girder. Dirter.
Is new relative of T-Rex discovered. It's like, just let this dinosaur be its own thing. You don't always have to bring T-Rex into it, you know? But this is the thing, is that people are really familiar with this dinosaur, and that helps drive clicks and everything, and it's just a little frustrating that everything has to be all about T-Rex. And look at this. Face to face with Jane. Very cool. It's a fleshed out model of her head. And is she shedding some skin there? What is that? Look at those big old eyes. So this is a dinosaur that would have had very, very keen senses. Very sharp eyesight. In fact, had that same kind of binocular vision that adult Tyrannosaurus has. So she could actually see directly in front of her. Like that. Would have had very acute hearing and a tremendous sense of smell. We know this by studying the brain cavity of Tyrannosaurus. We can make what we call an endocast, which is basically like a replica of the structure of the brain. We can see how big certain parts of the brain are. And the parts that are associated with vision and hearing are pretty well developed, but the part of the brain that's associated with smell, the olfactory bulbs, are enormous on Tyrannosaurus, just huge. So we know that this creature had an incredible sense of smell also. And Pendrake, you might be right. They might be turning the engine around. Yeah. Yeah. Very cool. Wow. There's a raven flying by. Wow. Oh, it's amazing. Amazing. There's our visitor center up. Yeah, It's worth it to see you appreciate the effort poured into it. Oh, P-Funki, this is an incredible game, and I am so amazed at all of the people who have poured so much effort into it. It's incredible. And I want to see it continue to grow and become successful, and so I'm going to be streaming this a lot. And I'm honestly having so much more fun with this than I would with a more popular game like Ark or the Isle or the Jurassic World game or whatever. This is where it's at, and I am so excited about it. Oh yeah. So everybody loves sauropods until they have to dig them up because they get truly large.
This would normally be the base, except we have all this older material here, giving us a record we didn't know before. And, you know, if you got 25 million years between your first Cretaceous record and the last Jurassic, you know, you can't talk about extinction. Anything can happen in 25 million years.
Seriously, yeah.
It'd be just total gradual change. But now that we've really been closing that gap,
It's clear that there's something
it's clear
abrupt
there's
going on.
something
Yeah.
seriously happening with a final turnover at that point.
Which is, I mean, it's almost complete, right? I mean, I guess you get ankylosaurs that make
Yeah,
it across.
basically,
Yeah.
you know, we have almost the base of the Cretaceous here. Most of the gap that's left is in the top of the Morrison. You know, but we have latest Jurassic Morrison-style faunas in Portugal that go right to the boundary. So we know the, you know, things Supersaurus, Stegosaurus, you know, all that stuff just kept going there to the end of the Jurassic. So I think pretty clearly to me is something is happening at the end of the Jurassic, and it's just not explained by a big gap.
Yeah.
You know, so
That's really interesting.
And
Is that reflected in marine stuff like ammonites today?
I'm not the ammonites. I'm not sure how good they are, but there is these little capsule-shaped microfossils that are callioperids or something, calliopellids, that are biostratigraphy, real useful in late Jurassic, and they go right to the base of the Cretaceous, into the base, and then go out. In fact, a lot of the Europeans think we should raise the Jurassic Cretaceous boundary up into the Berriasian, and to me that might make some sense, but we got to date the bottom of this because we definitely have a Cretaceous fauna, and this stuff in here is probably at least upper Berriasian.
Okay.
Because the upper yellow cap we've got very well dated is what we call Valanginian, about 135 million, and this stuff is lower.
Sure.
But we don't have as many good dates in this. We have better dates at the Utahraptor level.
We got out there this morning and bailed some water out of the Iguanodontian quarry, and that was, I don't know, we'd done some decent trenching and everything, so the bone's gonna be okay. But
if I had moved the wash, believe me, that would have been full.
Oh yeah,
you know?
yeah, for sure.
Now, did that wash flow at all?
Oh yeah,
that did.
Definitely.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was. I took some video of it. It was pretty impressive. That berm that I built there, really glad I did, or that would have been coming into the quarry. Holy cow! Yeah.
It's really important to you know, quarry engineering. You know, people don't think of it.
I did a lot of that in the Hell Creek, the Leptoceratops site. That was
there was a quarry the Brigham Young University did for Apatosaur, near the Mill Canyon dinosaur site, right in the side of a wash. And basically, when I decided to check it out, and I went there, the thing was filled with water. Pelve, you know, probably over a 10-foot deep quarry hole. It filled with water. You can look through the murky water and see white of these big jackets over the pelvis and things. It came out okay. You know, the bones are prepped and they look good, but generally I don't like to see my jackets underwater.
No, not a good thing.
Particularly in the Morrison Formation, because often those shales, they didn't go into the bone at all. They swell, swelling clays that are derived from volcanic ash.
Yeah.
And as they expand, they blow your bones up. Yeah, I saw a whole beautiful Camptosaur bone turned into dust one time.
That's a nightmare.
Cover your quarry, particularly in the Morrison.
Yep. That makes me happy. That is pretty cool. I like that a lot. But yeah.
I think we probably have more sauropods than we've been saying we do.
I mean, the big blobby ones are, it's usually safe to call them sauropods. Yeah.
I wonder if this is something.
Huh. That's kind of weird looking. I wonder if that could be a toe right there. This could be a heel.
This might be a middle. And
Yeah.
This is a lateral toe.
That could be the other toe right there, possibly. Another ornithopod, or
A lot of squinting going on here.
yeah, definitely. They're not the prettiest tracks, so this is kind of how it goes with those.
Might be another.
Long after you're gone, is to take that money that you would have probably way overpaid to buy a dinosaur fossil somewhere. Don't do that. Fund some dinosaur research. Fund an expedition. Use that money to find new dinosaurs. And if you're lucky, they will name one of those after you. And you'll be remembered forever. That's my advice. Wouldn't otherwise have. That's pretty cool. That's one of the things that makes us human, that we can not only ask, where did we come from? How did everything here come to be? We can actually find the answers. That's incredible. That's really amazing. And it's, I think, one of the most noble pursuits that anybody could have. That's why I'm proud to be a paleontologist. So, yeah. I hope that works. Yeah.
You know, eagles will take them out once in a while.
They'll take up pronghorn?
Oh yeah,
The juveniles or adults?
adults even.
Holy cow.
Yeah, eagles out here will take out deer.
Golden eagles.
I've had someone, witness golden eagles taking out a deer.
I've heard
and the
accounts
deer's
of
just,
that.
they just heard the screaming, and they're like, "What the heck's going on?" It was in this kind of PJ stuff, a little thicker than this, way low on the PJ habitat. And they come around, and all of a sudden, here's this deer just bleeding, and this golden eagle's just bombing it, and just raking it with its talons.
Shoot!
And this poor deer is just screaming, because it's there's nothing it can do.
You can't escape. It's coming out of the sky.
Yeah, and I use a picture in talks when I say, birds aren't dangerous, showing an eagle taking out a pronghorn adult. And,
that's nuts.
It's nasty. I mean, because they don't do it fast. It is, for those big animals, when they decide they're going to take one out, it takes a while.
Shoot, and if a 10-pound eagle can do that, imagine what a Utah raptor could do.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's
insane. Same basic kind of body shape too. I mean, bipedal, got the big claws.
But you look at dromaeosaurs, their radiation. We're talking, what is it, Halzacosaurus?
Yeah, Halscaraptor.
Yeah, which is basically a goose raptor.
Do you think dinosaurs are put
and
together
then the Ulanlegids.
Yeah, Ulanlagines,
in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, with the...
Those are probably fish eaters.
Elongate rostrum.
I mean, we're just seeing that the diversity of dromaeosaurs is so high compared to what we thought, in the past.
If you paid $27 million for a dinosaur skeleton, you are getting played. They're not worth that much. I mean, this took a few $1,000s to dig up, and then, a few thousand more to prep and to store and to clean and, consolidate, all the other stuff. You're dealing with probably less than $100,000, being generous. Yeah. So if you had even $1 million, you could go out and find 5 T-Rexes like this and dig them up, put them on display, whatever you want. So if you buy a dinosaur like that, you are getting ripped off.
How many
They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
It depends on who you ask. I'm actually working on a project about this right now for publication. I'd say there's about 1,000, but there's been over 2,000 different names that have been published, but a lot of those aren't valid.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm working on that exact question right now.
You're not, if you just were to choose one right off the top of your head, what would you go to?
Oh, shoot.
Here, you get 5 seconds.
Let's say Trurarchunkus.
Oh my god, I've never even heard of that one.
Well, it's because it's new, yeah.
Oh.
So in 2020, it was just published. It's from the Hell Creek Formation. It's an Alverasaur. So it's one of these little guys. They're little theropods. They've got long, stilty legs, and they've got super weird, short arms. They've got one, a thumb claw, and that's it, basically, on their arms.
And so super small because there is basically no use for them, or just
it seems to be the opposite. The arms are super robust. They seem really muscular.
Like a T-Rex.
Kind of, but T-Rex does have kind of reduced arms. These guys are their arms are super short but super thick and super strong. And it seems like maybe they're using those claws for digging open rotting logs and stuff to get at the insects and stuff.
Scratching their back.
It's way too short for that. They could.
Well, scratching here.
And maybe they could just about scratch there, but that's it.
Push-ups.
I should show you a picture of one of these guys. Maybe I can find it real quick.
Oh my gosh.
But they're really strange.
Not for push-ups, really teeny push-ups.
Yeah, they would be. I mean, you're gonna. Here, I'll show you Mononychus, which is basically the same thing, but there's better illustrations of it.
I should start reading up on the newer books because I feel like I'm falling behind on the new stuff.
Yeah. Trying to find you a good picture. Let's see. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. That's a plastic model.
Okay.
So they had feathers.
All right. Look at that.
Yeah, and they've just got these super short arms that are really, really thick, and they've got Mononychus means one claw because they've got one big claw.
That makes sense.
Sometimes they have 2 little vestigial ones next to it, but let's try to find another one.
And so what do you like about it? Just because it has weird arms?
I'm one of the authors on the paper. So it's the first dinosaur, first new dinosaur where I'm an author on the paper. So yeah.
Well, that's super fun. Did you get to help choose the name?
I didn't actually. My crew chief came up with that. The name Trurarchunkus, get this, it means Captain Hook.
Oh my god.
Triracuncus prairiensis is the full name, so Captain Hook of the Prairie. Oh, Triracuncus.
Triracuncus. Oh,
Yeah.
my goodness.
So it's related to Mononicus. It's basically identical to the dinosaur I just showed you.
Wow. And what kind of line of theropod would you relate it to again? Like a...
So they're Alvarezsaurs are related to... Shoot, I think they're still kind of a mystery. They might be close to ostrich dinosaurs, the ornithomimids. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like Rebecca's.
Yeah, Arkansaurus, one that she named. Yeah. Yeah, they're cool. I also really like ceratopsians, so I've dug up a lot of Triceratops over the years.
Do you find skulls very often from them, or is it like all the other dinosaurs because their skulls are so fragile? They're pretty rare.
With ceratopsians, it's the opposite.
Yeah,
So it's like exactly, yeah. So yeah, when we find a trike in the Hell Creek, it's usually the skull, and if you get lucky, there's a skeleton with it. So. Yeah, and they're super common out there. Like, they're the most common dinosaur in that formation.
Yeah, some paleontologist kid came in here several years ago and said, the ceratopsians are kind of like the cows of the day because they were like so numerous.
Just everywhere. Yeah.
Wow. I gotta go to that. I gotta go see that Hell Creek formation.
Yeah, go visit Museum of the Rockies if you ever get the chance. They've got some of the best Hell Creek displays. Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah. I don't know. And right now I'm working on Spinosaurids too, these fish-eating dinosaurs.
Yeah, and they're from where?
Pretty much everywhere except North America.
I wonder, because I've only kind of heard of them coming out of Africa, but they're everywhere, you said, except North America.
Yeah, they're from Europe. Like, England has one of the best-known ones, Baryonyx. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. And then we're starting to get some out of Asia. There's one from Laos. Ichthyovenator is from Laos. That means fish hunter. We've got fragments of one from Australia now. So, and some from South America too. There's one named Irritator because it was originally like a commercial crew that dug it up and they sold it. And they did, I don't know, they were trying to make it look more valuable before they sold it, so they used like auto body filler to fill in a bunch of the gaps and stuff. And
that's what that pink stuff is.
That's auto body. That's Bondo or something.
Yeah, Bondo.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
On the Allosaur here. That's.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
I thought that color looked familiar.
They must have ran out of epoxy, or they didn't have the dough to go get other stuff. So we have a big chunk of epoxy on that femur on their visitor center. So
That's really funny.
They put mesh on that femur at the visitor center, and then they put Bondo in that square.
Gotcha.
So that's going to be my guess. Whenever you don't know why something is in the government, you can always track it to not enough money. That's my own personal guess there. So, you use what you have.
Yeah.
And it apparently works.
In this case, they were trying to like add stuff to the skull that wasn't actually there with the Bondo to make it look more compelling so they could get more money for it. And then the scientists who described it were so irritated by this that they named it Irritator.
That's hilarious.
So yeah. Anyway, fossils belong in museums or institutions like that, not in.
Don't go to the one that's being sold now to that auction. Somebody private's going to put it in their basement, and they're going to like say to their friends, "This looks really cool," but nobody else is going to get to see it.
Exactly. Yeah. We talk about that all the time on my channel.
Didn't Nicolas Cage get some sort of theropod from Mongolia?
Exactly. Tarbosaurus.
Right, and he said he didn't know that it was like
that it was stolen. Yeah.
And did he give it back? Right.
Yeah, it was repatriated. Yeah.
Wow. And so he lost his money.
I think so. Yeah.
He could probably afford it.
I'm sure he could.
Oh, Nicholas, don't have that in your living room.
Apparently, it was him and Leonardo DiCaprio who were like in a bidding war over it, and Nicolas Cage won. Yeah. So anyway, that's again, that's why this site is so cool, because these are being held here in the public trust for visitors from all over the world, and I don't know. In a sense, these belong to all of us. This is part of our collective natural heritage, and I don't know. That's pretty special. So thank you so much, Tiff, for talking to us. Thank you for your work here.
Thanks for coming. It's always so great to visit with you. I feel like a little renewed now. I feel like I have a little bit of information about what's happening out there in the paleontology world.
Yeah. I'm sure you get that from Rebecca and Ashley and people like that too.
Yeah. I she's always going in 50 different directions, so I don't get to see her very often.
Yeah.
I should go to her house and say, can you give me an update on everything?
What's the latest scoop in the world of dinosaurs? Yeah. Well, awesome.
Where are you off to next?
So I'm going down to near Moab tomorrow, and going to be working in the Cedar Mountain Formation with Don DeBlue. So very excited. Yeah.
I love that. And what a cool job you had.
I feel very lucky to be able to do this. It's kind of a dream job. I'm sure you feel the same way about what you do.
Especially once I found out that.
Hello, I'm Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils because if they're removed, America loses them.
Supervisors only have so much time to go through the gazillions of resumes, and so I feel super fortunate.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure everybody watching right now, yes, is very grateful for your time. So thank you again. And
you're so welcome. It's such a pleasure seeing you again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Safe travels. Have lots of fun, and come visit again.
I hope to do so. Yeah. Thanks again, Tip. Bye-bye. Awesome.
We come to this place for science. We come to paleontologizing streams to laugh, to cry, to show up late and then ask what today's topic is even though it's right there in the title. Because we need that. All of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the surf rock starts. And we learn something we've never known before. Not just entertained but somehow infotained. Together. Baffling images on a tiny computer screen. Sound that I can feel.
Dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it.
Genus names I can mispronounce. Purdue. Somehow, extinction feels good in a place like this. Our common ancestors feel like the best part of us. And dinosaurs feel like they're still around. Because here, they are. Paleontologizing streams, we make fossils less dead.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is really good to have you here. I'm so glad you could join us. Happy Monday. I hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. And, we're gonna have a fun stream, so I hope you're ready for that. Yeah. What did you think of the clips at the beginning? It needs some tweaking, needs some polishing, still a little rusty in places, but I think I like that. If we kind of do that on the regular, have a whole bunch of different clips like that from a big playlist played at random, I like it. Yeah. And Sammy Keene, thank you for the 8 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you also to Kodali for the 26 months. To Golganek for the 33 months. Now at tier 3. Holy cow, Golganek. And Rachel Darling Endeavors, thank you so much for the 3 months there. I really appreciate it. Holy moly. Yeah, on today's stream, we are going to be talking about a new paper that just came out about Tyrannosaur intelligence.
The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
9 whole months of learning such fantastic and interesting information and hanging out in a wonderful community. Thank you for creating a way for me to have access this content.
I really appreciate that, Bensler. Thank you for the 9 months. Holy cow.
Hey, everybody. Had a big win for a union member today.
Oh, congratulations, Mikey Likes. Congratulations. Very, very nice. Solidarity. Good for you, Mikey Likes. Thank you so much for the 37 months of support. That is a long time. Thank you for keeping me here online for that long. It makes a big difference. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Holy cow. But yeah. And I do indeed have a P.O. box. Shafed, yeah. There it is in the chat. We've got a new emote today as well. Can we see some more dirters in the chat? And just like their namesake, they actually make a noise when you post them in the chat.
Dirter.
It's like magic.
Dirter.
I wonder what Kevin would think about this.
Dirter.
Imagine the amount of explaining that would have to go into this. You know, I'll see if he's there at the UCMP spring picnic, and we'll see if I can explain it to him. But yeah. And we might do a Tradoon one next, Madam 33. We'll see. Yeah. And the paper, it's fascinating. I know, right, Balint?
Dirter.
Well, it's pushing back on another paper. Anyway, we'll get into that in a little bit. How smart was Tyrannosaurus and the other tyrannosaurs like this? How do we try and determine dinosaur intelligence? How do we measure that kind of thing? We'll be talking about that today. And we'll also be talking about a brand new dinosaur from Argentina, which I'm pretty excited about. It is, unfortunately, not an open access paper, but I emailed the authors
glue is cheap.
To get a copy, to get a PDF, and they sent it to me. They didn't initially have a copy of their own paper. They didn't have access to the journal that they published in. Now that they finally got access, they sent me a copy, and I'm very grateful for that. And I'll be showing you this cool new ornithischian dinosaur from Argentina. So we'll get to that in a little bit. But, anyway, for anybody who's brand new here, like you, Collector, how are you doing, Collector? I saw you earlier in the chat. I saw you in Casey Snowart's stream as well. Can we get a shout out for Casey Snowart? Thank you, Casey, for being so welcoming in your stream earlier. Casey was drawing some dinosaurs, some hadrosaurs. Doing a lovely rendering of an Allura Titan. This dinosaur, let me go get it.
Tradoon.
But yeah, and then I'll introduce myself, but hang on just a sec. Yeah, here we go. Years ago, I sculpted an Allura Titan, one of these duckbill dinosaurs. This one's actually from Russia, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Allura Titan. Lovely duckbill dinosaur with this cool crest on top of the head like that. Really neat critter. Yeah. When I moved, this was packed away in a box and like all of the limbs broke off, so I had to re-glue them on, but it isn't looking too bad considering that. Yeah. But yeah. I wanted it to be photographed from kind of this angle like this. Or was it this angle? I forget. Oh, it was like that, yeah. And so that's kind of this is the angle that I was optimizing for with the sculpt. But yeah, neat duckbill dinosaur. Allura Titan. Anywho, introductions. Let me introduce myself real quick, especially for anybody who's new, like you, Collector. Welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. That's me. I study fossils. I study dinosaur fossils, in particular. Most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to fossil science. Paleontologists study any organisms that left evidence of their existence in the rock record. It's everything from fossil fungi and bacteria to fishes, from mammals to plants and lichens and algae and dinosaurs too. Dinosaurs are what I work on, what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers, hence dinosaur paleontologist. And in less than a month now, I will be leaving for the field once more. And I am very, very excited about that. You see the back. see the back.
Here we go. So, since I will be out in the field, miles and miles from civilization, unfortunately, I will not be live streaming during the summer. No, I'm totally kidding. I am going to be live streaming from the field once again.
Paleontologizing, everybody. It's great to have you here. Hopefully you can hear me.
Very excited about that.
If you can't. Yeah, excellent.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Well, hello, everybody.
Hey, see, I know, right? Sorry. I couldn't resist.
Eastern Utah. Digging here in the Cedar Mountain Formation, the very, very beginning of the Cretaceous period.
So, yeah.
And, we just got here.
I was just texting with Papa Jim this morning, with Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland. And, yeah, it looks like, well, I have it confirmed through Don and through Jim, we're going to be out in Utah again from mid-July to mid-August. But prior to that, I'm going to be in Wyoming, digging up dinosaurs for the entire month of June. So I'm very, very excited about that, too. And I will be live streaming from the field as often as I can. I want to be able to show you what it's like to dig up dinosaurs. Not just tell you, but show you.
Last night, started to set up camp. We finished setting up camp this morning, or mostly finished anyway. And we opened up the quarry today.
Yeah, so, got him.
Well,
Harry, exactly.
You were in for such a treat. Yeah. Anyway,
tell Jim we think he's great. Oh, he knows.
I'm just kidding. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I stream dinosaur paleontology here on Twitch. It is my honor and privilege to be able to share fossil science with all of you, including fieldwork like this. I'm streaming right now via satellite. There's the Starlink dish right there.
Yep, and I just tried this out yesterday. I updated the firmware on the
wanted to
Starlink.
Do something unique to kind of.
It is working.
Not just.
I wanted to make sure that it's actually working before I make any real promises about fieldwork streams. Before I make any more promises, I should say, about fieldwork streams, I wanted to make sure that the gear is still working, and it is. So I am pretty excited about that.
Just but show people how dinosaur paleontology works. How do we find dinosaurs? How do we dig them up? How do we get them out of the ground and back to the laboratory? That's what this is all about. So welcome, everybody. And I should also acknowledge everybody who's made this possible through their...
including Anakin Gabriel. Anakin says, hello, Danny. Hello, chat. I found the channel last year because of these live digs. Very cool. I am very, very excited to have even more cool new people like you, Anakin Gabriel, discover this channel through these fieldwork live streams. Very excited about that.
Financial support through subscribing and gifting.
And Collector, you had a dinosaur question for me in chat?
I could not do this without all of you, so thank you very, very much for that.
Yeah. And Collector says, I got a good question. Well, we'll be the judges of that. What do you think of the changes people said about dinosaurs and their physiology? And what caused those changes over the last 10 to 20 years within the field of archaeology and biological science? Paleontology is actually the field. Archaeology is a completely different thing. Archaeologists study human artifacts, human cultures, human civilizations. Paleontologists study fossils. Archaeologists are digging in very recent sediments and soil, basically. We paleontologists are digging in bedrock, like you see here. Here's us opening up the quarry.
Talking about. We got a visit from some BLM officials last summer, which is kind of funny.
Anyway, this is us like
Ethan,
kind of just taking some of that overburden off of it.
When those people in the side-by-side came through?
Sure. So our quarry kind of goes right. There's a road that goes almost directly through the quarry here. So one day, me and Danny and a few other people, we were hanging out in camp, and we saw this side-by-side go. It's sort of like a big golf cart, if you don't.
Like an ATV, yeah, with a roof on it, yeah.
Yeah, with a roll cage. They came running through, this old couple, and they smiled at us and waved and drove by.
No, they didn't smile and wave. They just went
I don't
by.
remember them smiling or waving.
Maybe,
oh, really?
No, yeah, maybe not. I
don't think they did.
I think you're right, yeah.
I remember
they look real
just
suspicious.
watching them intently.
Suspicious of us.
Sprinting because I realized, oh wait, they're gonna drive right through the quarry, and we've got jackets and bones and nails everywhere.
So without saying anything, Ethan just bolts off after them. I'm like, shoot, and I just take off after Ethan. Like, gotta back him up. I don't know what's going on.
And so we get here, and I'm hoping to divert them away from the quarry, or at least say, hey, don't ride here. And then they turn around, and they drive by us, and then they wave and say, all right, you know, they don't say anything, but they wave and then drive by.
I don't even remember them waving. I remember them just like...
They at least went like this.
Oh, okay.
We saw each other.
Okay.
And then the BLM came out a few days later, and they were like,
Bureau of Land
Management.
Management.
We're just checking on you. Yeah, we got a call that it was like a meth lab or something out here. So we knew it was probably you guys because you guys are into meth, but we were able to. They knew pretty much exactly who it was just by the location.
Yeah.
BLM's a big help.
So it was pretty funny, yeah. But
anywho, here's our crew again. Hopefully, most of these guys are gonna be out again. Ethan will be. Don is in charge. He'll be out there. Hopefully Fisher's out with us. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But that'll be in July that I'm going to be in Wyoming. But for the whole month of June, or excuse me, that'll be in July that I'm in Utah here. But I'll be in southwest Wyoming the whole month of June. From May 30th through about June 30th, according to Ethan. So it's going to be exciting. I'll try and stream almost every day. A lot of that will depend on the weather. It'll depend on conditions in camp and stuff like that. But yeah. Anywho, but Collector, to answer your question, our understanding of dinosaur physiology really changed kind of through from the 1970s through the 1990s. There's a general consensus today that most, if not all, dinosaurs were possessing of an elevated metabolic rate. They were warm-blooded, in other words. Most, if not all, dinosaurs would have been warm-blooded. High metabolisms on these critters. And that started to change in the 1970s. Yeah. A big part of that was due to this critter right here, Deinonychus, discovered in I think 1965 by John Ostrom, kind of the father of the dinosaur renaissance. This dinosaur kind of helped change the way that we think about dinosaurs. It caused a revolution of sorts.
In 1964, a paleontologist named John Ostrom dug up some fascinating fossils from the mudstone of Montana. The fossils were of a slim, sleek dinosaur with sharp, curved claws on its feet and a long tail supported by tendons that allowed it to work like a rudder. From the evidence, Ostrom could tell that this new dinosaur was an active, agile predator. But that was totally at odds with the popular interpretations of dinosaurs at the time, which was that they were all slow, lumbering beasts. Yeah. This revolutionary discovery was given the name Deinonychus, or Terrible Claw. And Ostrom's description of it set the stage for what's known today as the dinosaur renaissance.
Bingo.
What are we thinking of what we thought we knew about dinosaurs? And one of the key questions that scientists revisited was whether dinosaurs were warm-blooded or cold-blooded. For decades, paleontologists have been studying this question like 6 ways from Sunday, attacking it from every angle. And so far, the answer seems to be they were both warm-blooded and cold-blooded. But also, neither? And also, maybe that's not even the right question to ask. Because the fact is, almost 50 years after the dinosaur renaissance began, this one fundamental function of dinosaurs' bodies, their metabolism, remains mysterious to us.
They're kind of overstating this. I mean, it's pretty clear that theropod dinosaurs had elevated metabolisms. They were warm-blooded. Same with sauropod dinosaurs. Same with most ornithischian dinosaurs. It could just be that a few ornithischian dinosaurs, like some of the thyreophorans, like stegosaurs, may have later evolved less elevated metabolisms. They may have been mostly cold-blooded, mostly kind of dependent on heat from the outside. That's kind of the difference between warm-blooded and cold-blooded. Yeah, let me see if I can find you an old clip from this 1977 documentary through PBS Nova. Let's see here. Yeah, here's John Ostrom talking about Deinonychus. Cheese tortellini.
I have come to express my appreciation for bone discovery and researcher person. Thank you for being everything I dreamed of as a kid.
Thank you, Cheese Tortellini, for the 100 bits and the kind words. I really appreciate that. Thank you for helping make this possible with your viewership and your support there. Thank you for those bits. It's my pleasure to be able to talk about this incredible science and help get people excited about it and explain it and make it a little bit less opaque, a little bit less arcane. Thank you for helping me to do that. I appreciate you.
By Professor John Ostrom. We have right on.
Yep. It's kind of a man-sized dinosaur.
It's the construction of...
So spoiler alert, the velociraptors from Jurassic Park are not actually Velociraptor. They're actually this dinosaur, Deinonychus. It's kind of a long story why they ended up being called Velociraptor in the book, later on in the movies. But, yeah, the Jurassic Park Velociraptor is actually Deinonychus.
This was another surprise in Deinonychus. Here we have a series of tail vertebrae running from the tip of the tail up to the base of the tail, a total length of maybe about 4 feet. And the unusual thing about this series is the fact that tendons along the tail that normally are soft tissue.
Those are called ossified tendons.
They're ossified. Yeah. And as far as I know, this is the first time that this particular kind of structure has ever turned up in a carnivorous dinosaur.
It would since turn up in a bunch of other carnivorous dinosaurs afterward. It was probably in the holotype of Velociraptor. I don't know if they had the tail, but it's in Velociraptor too. Those are actually like tendons start off as soft tissue during the animal's life, and over its ontogeny, as the animal is growing and maturing through what we as scientists call
ontogeny.
Through ontogeny, creatures change.
Ontogeny.
They grow up, they mature, different parts of their bodies change. We call these ontogenetic changes. So that's an example of an ontogenetic change. When those Deinonychus were hatchlings, their tails were flexible.
Ontogeny.
The tendons had not yet ossified, and yet by the time they reach maturity, those tendons have actually turned to bone in order to stiffen up that tail.
When we first saw it, I really didn't know what to think. But then, remember the terrible claw? You think about that foot with that big sickle-like claw that he must have used as a weapon. Remember, he's a two-legged animal, can't walk on all fours. He's got to walk on his hind legs. How is he going to use that claw if he's standing on 2 feet? Impossible.
It might happen in
he's
human
got
kneecaps
to jump
too,
around, leap around,
yeah.
using that claw to strike out at whatever prey or animal he's after. This means that he must have been extremely agile, very quick, good balance control. It means a high neurological development. And this tail, that reinforces that picture, because here we have essentially a balancing pole. They're like a tightrope walker.
Not slow-moving, tail-dragging, lethargic, cold-blooded, antisocial, unintelligent animals. Many dinosaurs were, in fact, fast-moving, active, agile, not tail-dragging, probably warm-blooded, social, intelligent, really dynamic.
And this is the picture, this discovery is what sort of pushed me over the brink into looking at dinosaurs in a whole new light.
Yep. And indeed, John Ostrom, not only was he right, he didn't realize how right he was. We now recognize that Deinonychus had feathers all over its body. It would have looked like a big, weird, scary, ground-running eagle or something like that. These were extraordinarily bird-like animals because they're very, very close to the origin of birds. Birds evolved from a group of dinosaurs right next to this family, right next to the dromaeosaurs, like Deinonychus and Velociraptor. And they probably used their feathers to help them kind of leap onto prey and to flap, to stay on top as they're wrestling the prey to the ground and just holding it still with those hooked claws on their feet. So Deinonychus is kind of the poster child, or poster chick, perhaps, like Jack Horner would say, for the dinosaur renaissance, for this realization that so many dinosaurs were extraordinarily bird-like. Which makes a lot of sense, because birds evolved from dinosaurs. So yeah. So yeah. Science Stream says, I wonder what he would say to modern discoveries? Well, that's the thing, Blint, is that when John Ostrom was publishing on Deinonychus back in the 60s and 70s, he kind of suspected that these animals might have had feathers, but he didn't. I don't know if he actually put that in the paper, because it was kind of a far-fetched idea at the time. But before he died, around 2007, I think it was, he was validated there. In 1996, at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, there were rumors and photographs of this critter, Sinosauropteryx, going around. There were paleontologists at this meeting, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, who had photographs of this critter from China. This is a feathered dinosaur. You can see the feathers preserved there on the slab. Right here, kind of running down the animal's neck, over its back, down its tail. These are simple filamentous feathers, almost like hair-like feathers. And somebody brought this over to John Ostrom, and he had tears in his eyes. He was right. He was right about Deinonychus being so bird-like. He was right about these animals having feathers. He said it was the proudest moment of his life. I think that's beautiful. There's something really special about that, about following very limited evidence in your field of study, following it as far as you can go with it, kind of putting your money where your mouth is and saying, I think this is this way. And then a new generation of scientists that you helped inspire, they end up proving you right. The fossils show up that show feathers in a theropod dinosaur. That's pretty extraordinary, if you ask me. So yeah. There you go. Brilliant. Yeah. There's a clip of this somewhere in a documentary. I'll see if I can find it for a future stream. But yeah. And Harry says there were also a lot of loudmouths who were saying feathered dinosaurs were ridiculous. Yeah, where are they now? Well, they're all creationists now, I guess. But yeah. Anywho. But now we've got all kinds of different lines of evidence that show that dinosaurs were not only the ancestors of birds, but most dinosaurs were warm-blooded. Yeah. The Field Museum. Hot-blooded T-Rex and cold-blooded Stegosaurus. I would put cold-blooded in quotation marks there, but chemical clues reveal dinosaur metabolisms. There's a bunch of different ways that you can try and figure out the metabolism of an extinct animal. But, yeah. This team analyzed the femurs of 55 different groups of animals, including dinosaurs, their flying cousins, the pterosaurs, and their more distant marine relatives, the plesiosaurs, and modern birds, mammals, and lizards. They compared the amount of breathing-related molecule byproducts with their known metabolic rates of the living animals, and used those data to infer the metabolic rates of the extinct ones. The team found that dinosaurs' metabolic rates were generally high. There are two big groups of dinosaurs, the Saurischians and the Ornithischians, the lizard-hipped and the bird-hipped dinosaurs, respectively. The bird-hipped dinosaurs, like Triceratops and Stegosaurus, had low metabolic rates compared to those of comparable to those of cold-blooded modern animals. And I wonder about that, because these animals had extraordinarily fast growth rates, it seems. Especially like duck-bill dinosaurs. But I don't know. It could be that the marginocephalian dinosaurs had kind of re-evolved a lowered metabolism along with thyreophorans like Stegosaurus. I don't know. We need more data. Yeah. But the lizard-hipped dinosaurs, including the theropods and sauropods, so meat-eating dinosaurs, the ones that birds evolved from, and the big long-necked sauropod dinosaurs, that were warm-blooded or even hot-blooded. The researchers were surprised to find that some of these dinosaurs weren't just warm-blooded, they had metabolic rates comparable to modern birds, much higher than mammals. These results complement previous independent observations that hinted at such trends, but could not provide direct evidence because of the lack of a direct proxy to infer metabolism. So anyway, I'll give you a link to this. This came out a couple years ago, I think. But, good stuff. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. 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 Anywho. Science is constantly changing. We're finding new lines of evidence. We're following them where they lead. We're testing hypotheses. We're discussing these things at scientific meetings and in the scientific literature, and today hopefully will be a nice kind of illustration of how that works, I'm hoping. Let's get into talking about, well, maybe we'll get a big raid. If we do, we might save the T-Rex discussion for then. Let's maybe talk about a new Ornithischian dinosaur that was just published on. Everybody loves a new dinosaur. And Claire Burr, what is this? I posted this on Blue Sky. What is this, Claire? Well, the meme that struck me when I saw the thumbnail for one of Danny's summer 2022 museum tours. What's going on in there, Kramer? It's science, Danny. This is great, Claire. This is great. Oh man, yeah, with the chicken restaurant across the street. I remember that episode. That's great. Let me save this. Let's see. There we go. Nice. I love it, Claire. Good stuff. Good stuff. Excellent. Yeah. Wait, sorry, what day isn't that? Wait, what, Bullet? Huh. Let's talk about our new dinosaur, the Argentina. Surprisingly, this dinosaur is not a titanosaur. It seems like every time a new dinosaur gets named from Argentina, 90% of the time it's a new titanosaur. One of these long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs. But not today. Alright, gotta slide a puzzle piece into here. There we go. Argentine scientists find speedy 90-million-year-old herbivore dinosaur. Something tells me it's not so speedy anymore, but 90 million years ago, it would have been. Take a look at this lovely video here. Is there a way to... I guess I'll just play it in here. Paleontologists in Argentina have announced a new herbivorous dinosaur that lived about 90 million years ago in Argentina. It's been named Chaquisaurus necul, with words from the indigenous Ionkenk and Mapudungun languages, which reference the dinosaur's ability to run fast.
Esta nueva especie, Chaquisaurus necul, era un
This new
herbívoro
species,
bípedo
Chaquisaurus necul, was a bipedal herbivore that had among its most important features a tail that, unlike other dinosaurs that had a tail, had a downward curvature, which is something very new for these animals. It's also known to have been a good runner, something it needed because it lived with a large number of predators, and its only defense was to be faster than them. Very cool. See them building a nice jacket there. Chaquisaurus was discovered on a 2018 trip in the fossil-rich Pueblo Blanco Nature Reserve in Argentina. Very cool. I love that they actually have footage from the field. Like, that's one thing that I really admire about a lot of dinosaur paleontologists working in South America, whether it's Argentina or Chile. They're doing an excellent job of taking video from the field and providing that when they publish on these things to news agencies and stuff. That's something that a lot of paleontologists need to learn, is that their finds will get more press if they just provide video content. It doesn't even have to be anything, high effort. Just give them a little bit of video and news agencies will build an article around it. They'll be much more likely to feature your work if you give them video content. So yeah. Or live stream this event. Well, we'll see about that. But yeah. Chaquisaurus. Buenos Aires, April 25th, from Reuters. Paleontologists from Argentina announced the discovery of a new medium-sized herbivorous dinosaur, which was a fast runner and lived about 90 million years ago in the late Cretaceous period in present-day Patagonia. The animal named Chaquisaurus necul was found in the Pueblo Blanco Nature Reserve and the southern province of Rio Negro, in an area rich in fossils where many mammals, turtles, and fish have been found with other species of dinosaur other than Chaquisaurus. It is estimated that the largest Chaquisaurus reached 2.5 or 3 meters long, so a little over 10 feet long, and was 70 centimeters high. So yeah, a little over 2 feet high. Studies of Chaquisaurus yielded new findings indicating that it was a fast runner and that its tail curved unusually downward. This new species, Chaquisaurus necul, was a bipedal herbivore that among its most important characteristics had a tail that, unlike other dinosaurs, which is what we already saw this in the video, downwards curving tail. Something new for these animals. In addition, it is known that it was a good runner, which it needed to escape from predators. The dinosaur's name derives from Chaki, which is a word from the Ionkenk language of the indigenous Tehuelche people, which means old guanaco, a reference to the medium-sized herbivore mammal found in the region. The guanacos are I guess it's like an ancestral llama, so like a wild... The llamas are a domesticated version of a guanaco, kind of. Just like the vicuña is like the original stock population of the alpaca.
Became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
Exactly. And I certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Dex Phantom Hawk.
How silly. Almost natural selection.
Thank you for resubscribing. Thanks for subscribing for the past 8 months. I really appreciate it, Dex Phantom Hawk. Thank you for your ongoing support. Yeah. Miss Yvette says, watch out, they spit. No, Dex Phantom Hawk is very well behaved, Miss Yvette. Thank you for your ongoing support, Dex. Appreciate it. No, Miss Yvette, I know you were talking about llamas and alpacas. Necul means fast or agile in the Mapudungun language of of the local Mapuche people. He had a very strong hind limbs and a tail, with an anatomy that allowed him to maneuver it to the sides, and so be able to balance during races. Sebastian Rosadilla, what a cool name. Co-author of the publication, explained to Reuters. A team of Argentine paleontologists with the support of National Geographic Society made the discovery initially in 2018, but recently unveiled their findings in the respected journal, Cretaceous Research. There is that paper right here. And unfortunately, it is paywalled.
Access denied.
Which is unfortunate. I've published in Cretaceous Research before, and sometimes as a researcher, when you publish in this journal, you know, you're giving them the work for free, they turn around and they charge for it. And oftentimes they don't even send you a copy. These findings were announced a while ago, and I contacted the authors to ask for a copy. So, hello, Dr. Noguera. Congratulations on your new taxon. I'm excited to see an ornithopod from Patagonia. Seems like titanosaurs get most of the attention. And I'd be excited to read your paper if I had access to it. I work mostly on theropods right now, but I'm curious about the marked differences between late Cretaceous faunal compositions between Laurasia and Gondwana. If you have a spare moment, would you mind replying with a PDF? I would appreciate that very much. Cheers, Danny Anduza. Dr. Noguera replied, "Hello, Mr. Anduza. Thank you for your interest. I agree ornithopods are not studied here as much as other groups, but they are a very interesting bunch. I don't have the final version of the paper currently," he says, "but as soon as I get it, I'll be sure to send you a PDF document." This was in mid-March. So he published this, it was in the journal, and he didn't have a copy of it yet. But he replied when he got it, and he apologized for the delay, which it's not his fault. Shoot, this is how it goes, you know? Sometimes when you publish in one of these journals, it's just, yeah. Sometimes you don't even get access to your own work. He probably had access to a preprint, but not to the final PDF that would actually have the, it would actually have the figures in it, but he emailed it to me.
Access granted.
Excellent. So we've got that right here. A new ornithopod from the Upper Cretaceous Huincul Formation of northwestern Patagonia, Argentina. Implications on elasmerian postcranial anatomy. And that is one of those new taxon names for these ornithopods, or basal ornithischians, or whatever. I'm not even super familiar with that. But yeah. Yeah. So anyway, we've got this beautiful new paper. Let's take a look at it here. And taking a look at the author list, here is the esteemed researcher who emailed this to me, so thank you, Dr. Noguera. Sebastian Rosadilla was one of the authors quoted in the article. And then everyone knows Fernando Novas, kind of an elder statesman in dinosaur paleontology in Argentina. And this might be his lab that they're working in. Oftentimes, like, the leader of the laboratory will have, like, final author, like, he'll be the final author on a lot of these papers in paleontology. But yeah. The new species, Trachysaurus nakul, Gen et Spinov, new genus, new species, can be comfortably included among elasmerian ornithopods. What is elasmeria? It is within Ornithopoda, I guess. But, yeah. Elasmeria is a clade of ornithopods known from the Cretaceous of South America, Antarctica, and Australia. So they're Gondwanan in origin. contains many of the bipedal ornithopods that previously were considered hypsilophodontids. So these guys would be... They would fall under the banner of Speedos. We've talked about them before. Speedo, S-B-E-D-O, is kind of an informal, very informal term, but it stands for small-bodied early diverging ornithischians. Yeah. We used to call these guys hypsilophodontians. I'll show you. They were fast too, Triple Ninja, yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Let me take the price tag off this book. And then I'll show you. That's good enough for now. Okay. There's David Norman's Dinosaur Encyclopedia from the early 1980s. Yeah. And so this goes through a bunch of different dinosaur groups. And this is the one here. We used to call these critters hypsilophodontids. This animal here and its friends, we used to call them this, hypsilophodontids. This included critters like Dryosaurus here, like Tenontosaurus, like Hypsilophodon, for whom the hypsilophodontids were named. But it turns out that these, like, small, beaky, two-legged plant-eating dinosaurs are not actually super closely related to each other. This is actually, like, different groups of dinosaur that independently evolved the same kind of body plan. Having these long, leggy legs for running, having kind of short forelimbs, having a beaky snout with which they ate plants. It turns out that many different dinosaur groups, many different groups of ornithischian dinosaur, independently evolved this body plan because it's something that just worked really well. So you have this show up with critters like Hypsilophodon, with basal iguanodontian dinosaurs like, Dryosaurus, for instance. Yeah, a good analogy for them, or at least a common analogy for them, is that they were kind of like the antelopes of the dinosaur world, or like the deer of the dinosaur world. You know? Fast runners, probably had keen senses, and they ate plants. They would have been great browsers rather than grazers. They had kind of browsy type teeth, so they would have been a little bit pickier about what they were eating than some of the bigger plant-eating dinosaurs. Anyway, it's nice that now we have we actually have different groups that seem to cluster together in terms of their phylogeny. So yeah, and this is one of those. And would they have been prey animals too? Absolutely, Little Pink Pony, yeah. There would have been other dinosaurs that would have eaten these guys. Yeah. Here, I'll show you a clip. Let's see here. Yeah, like, little Dryosaurus here is a good example of one of these, what we call a speedo, a small-bodied early diverging ornithischian. Dryosaurus. These were my favorite dinosaur for a while when I was a kid. Yeah, when I was like maybe 12 years old, this was my favorite dinosaur, and it was because of this documentary here, When Dinosaurs Roamed America. Uh-oh. So were these prey animals? Yeah. So they're not big enough to fight, doesn't really have horns or claws, anything like that to defend itself with. They have to run. These are dinosaurs that ran for defense. Yep. Oh. Oh, there's a lot bigger than Ceratosaurus. Camarasaurus. Nice. And here we go. Here's Papa Jim. Yeah. We'll be joining him again in the field in July, which I'm very excited about. But there he is right there.
Animals alike. Truly an extraordinary dinosaur deposit.
Yeah. Anywho, there's Dryosaurus. Dryosaurus is a good example of what we sometimes call a speedo, a small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian. And that's what this new critter is. Brachiosaurus, although it's from like 50 million years later than Dryosaurus is. And here's the paper. So what you're looking at right here is the original scientific paper. I think for anybody who's new, we look at these a lot on stream. I think it's really important to actually show people the primary scientific literature. You know, you probably hear on the news sometimes or in headlines or whatever, like, oh, scientists say this, a new study says that, blah, blah, blah. This is an actual study right here. I think most regular people go their entire lives without ever actually laying eyes on a scientific paper. A paper published in a scientific journal. This is our currency in paleontology. This is how we communicate ideas to each other. Our work is measured in publications like this. For better or for worse, that's how it goes. When you can publish a paper, it's like, wow, there it is. You're driving the literature forward. You're driving the science forward. Other people can read this. They can cite it in their own work. You know, film directors direct films and movies premiere or whatever. That's like what they're striving for. A scientist strives to produce scientific papers like this. It's extremely important to be able to do this. And I think it's really important for the public to be able to see it, too. I'm hoping that this, by going over papers like this, I can help to make things a little bit less arcane, a little bit less hazy, you know? And less intimidating, you know? It's a scientific paper. It's not rocket surgery. Let's get into it. So yeah, up at the top, you've got the abstract, and this is just a short summary of the paper. I like to say it's kind of like a movie trailer, except if the movie trailer also gives away the ending to the movie. It's full of spoilers. That's what the abstract is. It's just a short summary of the paper. And then the intro. Within South America, Patagonia, the Patagonia region of South America. It extends through Argentina and Chile. Patagonia, right here, is like the southern tip of Argentina. It includes Tierra del Fuego. Yeah. Patagonia is not a country, it's a region that includes parts of Argentina and parts of Chile. So this down here is part of Chile. Right here. There's like the border between Argentina and Chile here. Yeah. So yeah, Patagonia. Within South America, Patagonia possesses one of the richest vertebrate records for the late Cretaceous. It is a mecca for dinosaur fossils. It is one of the best places in the world to find dinosaur fossils. It's right up there with the American and Canadian West, like the Rocky Mountain region of the US and Canada, or the Gobi Desert of Mongolia, or eastern China. These are all places that are fabled for their dinosaur-bearing rocks. Patagonia is right up there, world class. And Atlas Brood says, why is Patagonia so good for dinosaurs? A big part of that is, you know, dinosaurs lived all over the world, everywhere, every continent, including Antarctica. But there are certain places around the world that dinosaurs lived and died and left fossils, but we still don't find their fossils very easily. You know? You know, dinosaurs lived and died in places like New Jersey, but you're not going to find very many dinosaur fossils there because there's trees all over the place, and roads, and Dunkin' Donutses. There's Walmart parking lots, and there's farmers' fields, and there's forests, and there's all kinds of stuff like that. There's not a lot of beautiful exposed rocks, like in places like Argentina, for instance, where you just have beautiful exposed rock right there on the surface. That's how we find fossils in the first place, is by walking around landscapes like this and finding bits of bone that are poking out. You can't do that if there's grass or trees or Walmart parking lots everywhere, you know? So Argentina, we're lucky in that, like in Patagonia region of Argentina and Chile, you've got rocks of the right age, from the age of dinosaurs, that happen to form the bedrock there. And those rocks happen to be exposed at the surface, because it's a very dry, very arid region. There's not a lot of rainfall. You don't have a lot of plants growing there. So you get these beautiful exposed rock badlands terrains like this. Gorgeous. Yeah. And would the Himalayas or Karakoram mountain range be considered good? They're good for other fossils, but I think those are mostly ocean bottom sediments. So you're not going to find a lot of dinosaurs there. There is a lot of exposed rock, but I think it's mostly ocean bottom strata that, you know, they're not going to have dinosaurs, because dinosaurs were land-living animals. We do occasionally find them in ocean bottom sediments if a dinosaur carcass happened to wash out to sea somehow. It does happen, but it's rare. Yeah. But yeah, it makes sense. Good, Atlas Brood. Good. Yeah. Back to our paper here, which we're very lucky to have. Thank you again to the authors for sending it. There we go. The Huincul Formation of Argentina is one of the most diverse vertebrate assemblages, including fishes, turtles, crocodiles, and dinosaurs. Saurischian dinosaurs are dominant, so the big sauropods in particular. On the other hand, the ornithischian remains from Huincul Formation are only represented by an isolated ungulate phalanx of an indeterminate ornithopod. I didn't know it was that sparse. Wow. So your beaky plant-eating dinosaurs, ornithischian dinosaurs that all had beaks. All of the ornithischian dinosaurs had beaks. So that includes your stegosaurs. That includes your ceratopsians, ornithopods, ankylosaurs, etc. Ornithischian dinosaurs, pachycephalosaurs too, iguanodontians, duckbills. These are all ornithischian dinosaurs. They all had beaks. That's one of the features that distinguishes ornithischian dinosaurs, is they've all got that predentary bone in the lower jaw that nobody else has. And so this whole group is not well represented from this geological formation. That's why this critter is so important. Despite the fact that elasmarians are widespread across Cretaceous beds from South America, Australia, Antarctica, and South Africa, several aspects of their anatomy and diversity remain obscure. As, for example, tail anatomy remains poorly studied, particularly for South American members of the clade. On the other side, the phylogenetic relationships and character distribution of the elasmanians remains poorly explored. The aim of the present contribution, the aim of this paper, is to provide a new genus and species of ornithopod dinosaur coming from the Huincul Formation beds, outcropping at the Pueblo Blanco Natural Reserve, the former Violante Farm, in northern Rio Negro province, Argentina. The new species is represented by multiple individuals of different ages. Oh, that's exciting. That yield light on forelimb and caudal anatomy along elasmarians. Several aspects of its morphology have deep implications for elasmarian anatomy and diversity as a whole. Very cool stuff. So here they're talking about where exactly it came from in the rock. And they did histo. They actually did histology here, which is really exciting. They're going to figure out the ontogeny. Exactly, Fall Machine. Yeah. Histo is when you cut open the bones of these dinosaurs to try and figure out what's going on with their growth and development. How old were they when they died? All that good stuff is extraordinarily important to understand. You really don't understand a dinosaur unless you understand its ontogeny, unless you do histo on it, I would say. Here, let's find a video with Holly Woodward to discuss this briefly. There we go, that should work.
Ontogeny.
Paleohistology is the study of fossil bone microstructure. And in order to take a look at this microstructure, you start with a fossil bone, say the leg bone of a dinosaur, and you take a slice out of the bone, and then you polish that bone really thin, about 100 microns in thickness, and then you're able to put that under the microscope, and light can pass through it, and you can take a look at those structures. What you see...
Yep. So Holly was at Montana State University at the same time that I was. That's kind of where she was learning to do this histo stuff, and now she is one of the world's foremost authorities on this. If you've got questions about histo, Holly could probably answer them for you. She is kind of leading this field, which is extraordinarily important. Holly's a very nice, kind, like, she's not a spotlight seeker. She's not enthusing about this in the same way that somebody else might, like me. She's got a very, like, kind of humble affect to her. But she gets really excited about this stuff, even if she doesn't always show it. And it's super, super important.
See, when you take a look through the microscope, are holes where blood vessels used to be, pits where the bone-secreting cells used to live, and also bone fiber orientation. So all of this detail is preserved just like the fossil bone is preserved with all its detail. These minute details are also preserved, and we can learn a lot about the extinct animal just by looking at these types of structures. So we can infer metabolic rate, growth rate of the animal from year to year, how old it was when it died.
Ontogeny.
Was it a mature adult when it died? Was it a juvenile? And sometimes even if it were male or female. We are able to infer all of this about an animal that's extinct because we take a look at the bone microstructure of modern animals for comparison. And we see similarities.
So the present can be a key to the past in that way, in the same way that the past can be a key to the present. You can cut open the bones of modern animals. Say that there's a goat that lived on your farm and you know, living his happy life, and then the goat. Let's say there's a tragic accident. The goat's struck by lightning. Let's say, R.I.P. that goat. But if you know when the goat was born, then you know when the goat was born. If you take those bones and you histosection them, you can count the growth rings in there. You can check that against your knowledge of how old the goat was when it died. And then you've got a key right there. You can use that to interpret other goat bones that you find. If you cut open other goat bones, then you can tell how old they are when they died, based on the relationship between the number of growth rings and the size of the bone and that kind of thing.
Similarities with modern animals. We know how they live, how old they are, if they're warm-blooded or cold-blooded, and we can take those types of features we see in the bones and then look for those structures in an extinct animal's bones. When we do this, we're learning more about our past as far as vertebrates are concerned. For example, when did warm-bloodedness appear in the fossil record? By asking these questions, we're also learning more about modern animals and their biology of bone. And because of this, we've learned so much more about animals that we wouldn't have asked these questions, and we were surprised to find out that so much information can be recorded about an animal's physiology within their bone. By doing this research on paleohistology, I not only want to learn more about the past and how these animals, particularly dinosaurs, lived, but also how their descendants, birds and other vertebrates, are living today.
Yep. Cool stuff. Here's a link to that video right there. Yeah. And we don't trichrome stain it, so usually you don't really stain it at all, you just look at it under polarized light in order to be able to get a good sense for what's going on there histologically. Yeah, let me find you a clip here. Yeah. Here's my old boss, Jack Horner, talking about this process, some of the controversy around it.
Scientists have egos. They like to name things. And so they went on naming dinosaurs because they were different. Now, we have a way of actually testing to see whether a dinosaur or any animal is a young one or an older one. And that's by actually cutting into their bones. But cutting into the bones of a dinosaur is hard to do, as you can imagine, because museums' bones are precious, right?
Yeah.
You go into a museum, and they take really good care of them.
We
they
try
put
to.
them in foam little containers, and I mean, they're very well taken care of. They don't like it if you come in and want to saw them open and look inside. So they don't normally let you do that. But I have a museum, and I collect dinosaurs, and I can saw mine open. So that's what I do.
So this is the museum I was trained at Museum of the Rockies, and we were all about cutting bones open with people like Holly kind of leading the charge there. It's really important to be able to do this. If you want to get good data, you got to cut the bones open sometimes. You know? So
if you cut open a little dinosaur,
it's
very spongy inside, like A.
Yeah.
And if you cut into an older dinosaur, it's very massive. It's very, I mean, you can
very
tell
solid,
it's a
like
mature bone. So it's real easy to tell them apart. So what I want to do is show you these. In North America, in the northern plains of the United States and the southern plains of Alberta and Saskatchewan, there's this unit of rock called...
Anyway, so you've got all these different dinosaurs that are known from the Hell Creek, but it turns out a lot of these seem to be, well, just different growth stages of the same animal.
And that's sort of what I've been doing. So.
And Reaganation, yeah, the slices are polished after being cut to see stuff easier. Here, I can show you another clip with that. We watched this with Balint on Wednesday, but I can show it again briefly. From the North Carolina State Museum.
Hi, Hi, my name's Lisa Herzog. I'm in the Paleontology Research Lab here at the museum.
Yep.
And in front of me, laid out, I have a femur of a fossil theropod dinosaur known as Acrocanthosaurus, histology.
Histology.
Which means that we're going to be looking at the specimen on a microscopic level in cross-section.
Yep.
So what we have to do for that is cut the specimen in half. Before we go through this whole process, we consult with other members of the department to make sure that this is a worthwhile venture because it is a destructive process. So I've already gone through the first step of this process. I cut the bone in half and then I cut a section out of it. And here's what it looks like now. After this section was cut out, this little slice.
So then you put it in resin, which is what's going on here. So that's the actual fossil bone right there. And then here's this clear plastic resin. So you basically like put this at the bottom of a bucket and you pour in resin until it's just covered the whole thing. And then you let that harden. And then you can cut further sections out of this, cut them really thin. And then you polish them down so you can see them under a microscope.
Bedded it in a clear epoxy resin for stability. I'm going to be polishing this real smooth. And
so yeah, Lordy says I was so confused about the clear bone. That's the actual bone right there. That's a cross section that was taken out of the middle of this femur. See that? Here's the femur right there. So she cut this segment out of it, embedded that in resin, and then when it's in the resin stabilizes it. Then you can cut it nice and thin like that. And then you can look at those slices under a microscope, especially after you polish them down. They got to be thin enough to pass light through.
And gluing it down to a slide. And then we're going to polish it even more so it's very, very thin and transparent. And we can look at it with light transmitting through the slide on a microscope. And we can actually see the cellular structure of the bone. One of the things that this can tell us is how an animal grew, if there's any sort of pathologies, meaning if it had any kind of diseases, it'll show up in its bone, and it'll help us understand how old this animal might have been when it died. Was it really, really old? Was it a teenager? Was it still growing? We can tell that by looking at the specimen in this way. This is actually a pretty common method in
It's becoming more common, which is good.
Especially for this type of dinosaur. So one of the things we're planning on doing with the dueling dinosaurs is processing the Tyrannosaur in this way so that it'll help us understand that animal even better. And we're looking forward to
Yeah, because some authors are claiming that that's Nanotyrannus rather than a juvenile Tyrannosaurus. We'll be talking about that a little bit today, too. I've got my Cleveland skull, the Tyrannosaurus specimen, right here in the background today. Yeah. See those teeth along there? Yeah. We'll be talking more about that in a little bit when we get into our Tyrannosaur discussion. But yeah, anyway, histo. The thing with these dinosaurs is they look so different from one another. They were always assumed to be different species. But this is why histo is so important. It allows you to actually test that hypothesis in a way that's less subjective than just saying, oh, these ones look different. If you can cut them open, and you can tell who's young and who's old, then you can figure out which one of these is just a juvenile of a dinosaur that you already know of.
My students, my staff, we've been cutting them open. Now, as you can imagine, cutting open a leg bone is one thing, but when you go to a museum and say, you don't mind if I cut open your dinosaur skull, do you? They say, go away. So here are 12 dinosaurs, and we want to look at these three first.
Yeah, that's Pachycephalosaurus, Stygimoloch, and Dracorex. And kind of fast forward. Yeah, if you cut them each open. Yeah, well, the size, they line up like that. Dracorex is the smallest, Stygimoloch is in the middle, Pachycephalosaurus is the biggest. Yeah.
That should give me a clue. But it didn't give them a clue. Because, well, we know why. Scientists like to name things. So, if we cut open Draco Rex...
There's no comprehensive database there, unfortunately. And look... Yeah. Never get used to a beardless Jack. Hey, Dyson Dinosaur. How are you doing? How was your weekend? It's good to see you.
It was spongy inside. Really spongy inside. I mean, it is a juvenile and it's growing really fast. So it is going to get bigger. If you cut open Stygimoloch, it is doing the same thing. The dome, that little dome is growing really fast. It's inflating very fast. What's interesting is the spike on the back of the Draco Rex was growing very fast as well.
And Dyson Dinosaur says, super good, actually. Glad to hear it. This week or the next, I have a paper of mine coming out. Well, well, well. That is super exciting. Well, well, well. You'll have to tell us about it when that comes out. That's going to be awesome. Yeah. Cool. It's good to have you here. Welcome back.
The spikes on the back of the Stygimoloch are actually resorbing.
We're going over the new Chacosaurus paper, and we're taking a brief detour to talk about histology right now. Yeah, I was able to get a copy of this from the lead author. He was very kind to send me a copy because I don't have access to the Journal of Cretaceous Research, even though I've published in this journal before. It actually took him like a month to get a copy because apparently Cretaceous Research doesn't send you a copy of your own paper when you publish the journal. So I emailed him and he's like, "I'm sorry, I don't have it yet. I'll have to send it once I finally am able to get access." Anyway, but they actually did histo on this new ornithopod from Argentina, and so we're kind of talking about histo and why it's important right now. So, yeah.
Which means they're getting smaller as that dome is getting bigger. And if we look at Pachycephalosaurus has a solid dome, and its little bumps on the back of its head were also resorbing.
And so you can tell they actually, here's a pachyderm right here, this Pachycephalosaurus dome at the top. They cut this specimen open. You can see that chunk right there, just like in the other video here. Taking that chunk out of the middle of the Acrocanthosaur femur. They did that with a Pachycephalosaurus dome. And we're able to embed that in resin, polish it down, and look at it through a microscope, and holy cow, it's like, it's pretty solid.
Just with these three dinosaurs, you can easily, as a scientist, we can easily hypothesize that it is just a growth series of the same animal.
Yep. And this is pretty well accepted nowadays. You'd be hard-pressed to find paleontologists who don't accept this hypothesis. Out of all the ones that Jack is going to show here, this is probably the most well-accepted one. You still have a lot of holdouts, people, saying that that Nanotyrannus is actually a distinct genus from Tyrannosaurus, or the Torosaurus is distinct from Triceratops. That's probably the majority of dinosaur workers think that. I'm not convinced of that. But I think they're the same critter. But anyway, yeah, this is an ongoing subject of debate, ongoing research. People still argue at meetings over this kind of thing, at scientific conferences.
Which, of course, means that Stygimoloch and Draco Rex are extinct. Okay.
There you go, Sculpin, yeah. If I named it, it is mine and forever, yeah.
Which, of course, means we have 10 primary dinosaurs to deal with.
Yeah, and then we just kind of go through this further and further. Triceratops with Torosaurus. This really does seem to make a lot of sense to me, especially when you incorporate heterochrony and, yeah. And then with Edmontosaurus.
Here's Edmontosaurus and Anatotitan, giant duck.
Yeah.
It's a giant duck-billed dinosaur. So here's another.
And we'll get to that Atlas brood. We'll get to that.
We look at the bone histology. The bone histology tells us that Edmontosaurus is a juvenile, or at least a subadult, and the other one is an adult, and we have an ontogeny, and we get rid of Anatotype.
And Rains RPGs. Rains rocket-propelled grenades. How are you doing? Hello from Bozeman. Well, Rains. I used to live in Bozeman for the better part of a decade. From 2010 until 2018. Summer of 2010 through summer of 2018, I lived in Bozeman. I recognize those bones. I love it more. Yeah. It's good to have you here, Rains. Welcome. For you and anybody else who's just waltzing in, let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about dinosaurs, talking about natural history, and why it's important and relevant to your everyday life. We are discussing a brand new dinosaur that was just published. Well, I guess, strictly speaking, it was published a little while ago, but we just got access to the paper today. And there are... It's just made the news recently, too. So we're talking about Chacosaurus from Argentina. New ornithopod dinosaur. And we're talking a little bit about histology here to help make this make sense. Paleohistology is the process of cutting open the bones so we can look at the growth rings in them. Tell how old these animals were when they died, how fast they were growing, tell certain things about their physiology. It's really important for understanding dinosaur biology. And Museum of the Rockies, which used to be run by this guy, Jack Horner, my old boss. This is a museum that's helped really drive this method forward in dinosaur paleontology. Histology would not be as widespread as it is as a method if it weren't for Jack and colleagues at Museum of the Rockies. So yeah. Anywho, it's good to have you here, Rains. It's good to have you here. Welcome.
T-Rex. So there's these two dinosaurs, T-Rex and Nanotyrannus. Again, makes you wonder. But
it really does.
They had a good question. I mean, they were looking at it and they said, one's got 17 teeth and the biggest one's got 12 teeth. And that doesn't make any sense at all because we don't know of any dinosaurs that gain teeth as they get older. So
he meant lose teeth. Lose teeth.
They must be different. Yeah. So we cut into them. And sure enough, Nanotyrannus has juvenile bone and the bigger one has more mature bone. Looks like it could still get bigger. And at the Museum of the Rockies where we work, I have 4 T-Rexes, so I can cut a whole bunch of them. But I didn't have to cut any of them really because I just lined up their jaws and it turned out that the biggest one had 12 teeth and the next smallest one had 13 and the next smallest had 14 and of course Nano has 17 and we just went out and looked in other people's collections and we found one that has sort of 15 teeth. So again, real easy to say that Tyrannosaurus ontogeny included Nanotyrannus.
There are some paleontologists who disagree with this vehemently. I'm not one of them. This makes perfect sense to me. I think this is the case, but there was a paper that just came out at the beginning of this year with Tyrannosaurus and Nanotyrannus.
I started my paleontologist diet today. Truthfully, I think botanists taste better.
Oh no, Hugan. Thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate that, Hugan. Thank you. Yeah, here we go. So I was actually out in the field with the lead author of this study. We talked about this back in January when it was published. A new study of long-debated dinosaur fossils has found growth patterns inconsistent with those of T-Rex, suggesting the bones belong to a distinct species. But other experts aren't convinced. So Nick Longrich, I was in the field with him in Wyoming last summer, and we talked extensively about this. Here, I'll give you a link so you can take a look at that right there. But dinosaur histology is extremely important. It's the only way we can really answer these questions in a definitive way. the only way we can really, truly test these hypotheses. Other things like skull fusion or fusion of other skeletal elements are not reliable indicators of maturity. You gotta do histo. Anyway, yeah, I was in the field with Nick this past summer. Let me show you a clip. Here we go. YouTube page. Wyoming 2023. Here we go. This should be it.
Here's the
Reganation gifted a tier 1 sub to Rain's RPGS. They have given 211 gift subs in the channel.
Nice. Thank you, Reagan Nation. I really appreciate that. Rains, enjoy. Thank you, Reagan Nation, for your generosity. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. No ads for you, Rains. An uninterrupted paleontologizing experience. Until I'm back out in the field. I'll be back out here in Wyoming at this same site like a month from now, basically. May 30th is when we're going to be out there. Anyway, here's Nick Longrich.
This is Nick Longrich, visiting from Bristol, right?
Bath. Actually.
Bath. I'm sorry.
15 minutes away. Close enough.
Yeah, and here we've got part of the skull of a dinosaur. Ceratopsian dinosaurs, one of these big horned dinosaurs. And again, I said it wasn't going to look like terribly much, but we've kind of pedestaled around it a bit. And we're going to be putting a top jacket on this.
Very nice, Sculpin. Very nice.
So I've talked many times about building plaster jackets and showing you videos about that, you know, over the past months and years, really. You know, that's one of the key parts of doing dinosaur fieldwork is building jackets. And we're going to be doing that in hopefully less than an hour. Ethan said he'd be back in like 40 minutes.
Oh, fantastic.
So, yeah. But
Bristol,
very
Maine.
cool.
There you go,
The
Reagan.
here is just extraordinarily easy to work. We got really lucky.
Satellite internet would sometimes cut out like this.
Fantastic finding, not just because of what it is, but finding it in this lithology. This is pretty killer. So yeah. Very cool. Flies up. Yeah, if you want to.
Frill.
Nice. Can you hold that up to the camera?
Yeah. So this is
classic ceratopsian texture. On
yeah. So what you have here is this very rugose texture and these kind of like veins there where the blood vessels would pass.
Maybe had a keratin
on
sheath
top of the
over the
bone
top
and under the skin of the frill. So this is a piece of frill. So this is the surface texture of the frill. It's very gnarly, veiny texture as they get older. Here's the back of the frill. It shows the same texture, and they're kind of converging there. So we've got a bit from the edge of the frill, and it's very thick. We have other pieces even.
I actually just saw the same piece. I recognize this in a picture that Ethan sent me earlier today of this fossil in the laboratory where it's currently being cleaned and prepared for study. So it's exciting stuff. It is exciting stuff. This field work from last year was actually funded by members of this community. We held a fundraiser at experiment.com in order to be able to raise money for this. And as you can see, 302% funded, $7,100. This community really came through for that. That is how we were able to do this work in the first place. It's because of your support, chat. So yeah, and now these fossils are being prepped. This is back in the laboratory. It's being pieced together with other pieces of the frill, and it's exciting stuff. It's neat because Ethan's been giving me little updates day by day, saying, you know, this is what it's looking like now. To me, it looks kind of like this dinosaur, or today it looks like that dinosaur. It's funny, the more pieces we have of it, the more you can kind of interpret it in different ways. But our plan this summer, we've got a permit to be able to come back here and just dig a great big hole right here to really see what else happens to be here. Last year we only had a prospecting permit, so we could only dig a small hole. It was like 1 meter by 1 meter. We got an excavation permit for this year, so we are going to be doing some extensive excavation. We're going to see how much of this critter is still there, and you know, maybe we'll have more of the skull. Maybe we'll have more of the skeleton. We don't know until we dig in, so that is going to be really exciting to find out. But yeah, we're going to be just digging a big honking hole. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho, very excited about that. All roads lead back to fieldwork on this channel. But anyway, dinosaur ontogeny is important to understand. Very important to understand.
Sort of 15 teeth. So again, real easy to say that Tyrannosaurus ontogeny included Nanotyrannus.
I think this is the case too, but Nick Longrich, who you just saw in the video, he published that paper saying that Nanotyrannus is probably a distinct genus of dinosaur, different from Tyrannosaurus. I don't agree, but the thing is, at the end of the day, we're still colleagues, and we're all still after the truth. You know, we're still on the same team at the end of the day. Kind of what science is about, you know?
And therefore, we could take out another dinosaur. So, when it comes down to our end Cretaceous, we have 7 left. And that's a good number. I mean, that's a good number to go extinct, I think. Now, as you can imagine, this is not very popular with 4th graders. 4th graders love their dinosaurs. They memorize them.
Yes, Dorcolotto.
And they're not happy with this. Thank you very much.
But Dorcolotto says science is a team sport. It is true. I agree. Absolutely. Nobody does it alone. We're all standing on the shoulders of giants. Science is a cumulative thing, like we're all building on the knowledge of researchers who came before us. And building on the research of our contemporaries as well. That's why we have things like scientific conferences, so we can present ideas to one another, we can learn from each other, and we can find the most efficient ways of driving the discipline forward. We can find the best ways of asking questions and learning new things. Yeah. And hi to you too, Dorcolotto. Thanks for reposting. I guess I missed it earlier. Sorry. I got to visit the American Museum of Natural History, AM&H. Very, very cool. Dorcolotto, very, very cool. The Patagotitan blew me away, and it made me wonder, what pressures do you think made the Titanosaur group get so much bigger than the other groups of sauropods? Ooh, that is a great question, Dorcolotto. We can do a tangent for this. Yeah, the Titanosaur at AM&H. Take a look at this. This is some awesome stuff.
A new dinosaur is coming to the halls of the American Museum of Natural History. This Titanosaur is a really huge animal. It's over 120 feet long. It lived in what's now present-day Argentina about 100 million years ago.
And so the same dinosaur that we're talking about right now, our new dinosaur, Truckosaurus, is also, I think, maybe from the same formation. Is it from the Queen Cool formation? The Titanosaur, Patagotitan? But this is from the same part of the world.
The last 20 years have really been the new golden age of dinosaur discovery. New kinds of animals have been found all over the world, in Africa and Asia and Patagonia, and this is just one of the latest ones.
That's just the femur right there. Look at that. There is where so this is the left femur. This is where the femur articulates with the hip. So that's the hip. This trochanter right here fits into the hip socket. And then this is the back of the knee right here. Just the thigh bone is longer than this entire paleontologist. That's Diego Boll right there. I know him. He's not the tallest guy in the world, but...
If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
Oh my goodness, Petrodactylus, is that true?
Right on, thanks for the content.
Oh, Isanguiner. Thank you for the 8
No
months.
other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
But Petrodactylus does.
Did I just hear that right? That a new dinosaur was described?
Bingo, Petrodactylus. Yes, we'll be getting to that very briefly, shortly. We'll be getting to that presently, I'll say.
A couple of years ago, one of my ex-graduate students, Diego Pol, sent me an email.
Yeah, and that's him, Diego Pol, right there. That's him right there.
Saying that a farmer near Galeo in Patagonia had found an amazing dinosaur, one of the largest land animals ever to live. Yeah. Over the next couple of years, they extracted the specimen from the rocks at the ranch.
We went down to Argentina and we 3D scanned all the bones in the field and in the lab.
Very cool.
We had the whole skeleton completely digitized in 4 weeks. We took the data and then we carved the bones out of slabs of foam with our 5-axis milling machine. We molded all the elements once they're carved up, and then we have a complete copy of the skeleton. And from there,
Very cool.
we cast all the elements out of fiberglass. And then the cast gets mounted.
And would an ex-graduate student be a colleague? Yeah, a sanguinary, yeah, definitely a colleague. I think Mark Norell there was just saying like, oh yeah, I've got a personal connection to this. He was one of my students, you know? Yeah.
When you're trying to determine the mass, the weight of an animal this big, it's pretty tough. A good example of that is if you pick up a puppy, it's pretty heavy compared to picking up a bird, a chicken that's about the same size. That's because their bones are constructed very differently. The bones of this titanosaur were, while not hollow, they were what we call cancellous. So they had lots of little tiny air pockets all through them, like a piece of styrofoam.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Well, Carolyn, thank you very, very much for subscribing. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch and putting food on my table. I appreciate that. I do this full time. So every subscription like that, especially recurring subscriptions, make a big difference. So thank you for that. Especially now that we got Partner Plus, that's 70% of each subscription goes to me, so that I can continue to do science outreach, to conduct field work, all kinds of good stuff. So thank you, Carolyn. I appreciate that very sincerely. Thank you. Ah, good stuff. Let's continue.
So the bones themselves would be very, very, very light.
So despite how big this animal is, it had very, very lightweight bones because they're all full of air. Here, I'll show you another image from a friend of mine who published this paper a couple years ago.
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Reagan, that's not 1,000 bits. Sir David, that's 10,000 bits. Reagan Nation. Holy moly. Thank you for that. That is extraordinary. And I really, really appreciate it. You just scooted us right up to a level 4 hype train there, Reagan Nation. Thank you. Holy moly. If you didn't already have a VIP badge there, you'd be getting one right now, but you've already got it. Thank you, Reagan Nation. That is stellar. Holy cow. Huge cheer drop. Yeah, that's extraordinary. I appreciate you very much, Reagan Nation. Thank you.
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Is that a glitch, or did you just cheer another 10,000 bits? Reagan Nation. Holy cow. Holy moly. We need some applause for this, clearly. Holy moly. There we go. That is incredible, Reaganation. Thank you, thank you. Holy moly. Oh, man. Thank you for that. I don't even know what to say. Thank you, Reaganation, for helping make all this possible. For your support. It means a lot. It really does. Thank you. Excellent. Fantastic. Fantastic. Yeah. For science, yes indeed. Thank you, Reaganation. You were helping make this possible. It's at times like this, I gotta say, I'm incredibly grateful for the generosity and support of this community. Good people like you, Reaganation. Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I look at some of my colleagues who are struggling to make ends meet. People going through grad school, or after their PhD, they go for a second or a third or a fourth postdoc, just trying to find some way to pay the bills while doing fossil science. And I'm incredibly lucky, I feel, that I get to do this here on Twitch, make a living doing this. I can do my science outreach and my research at the same time. I can do my outreach and my fieldwork at the same time. I can get two birds stoned at once, so to speak. Doing live streams and talking to people about stuff that I'm passionate about, talking to people about fossil science, answering your questions, getting paid to do that is such a privilege, and it would not be possible without good people like you. So thank you, Reaganation. It means a lot. It means a whole lot to me. Thank you. Buy a better grade of ramen. There you go, Sculpin. Yeah. 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 You're teaching online? I'm trying to, Miss Yvette. Yeah.
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago. They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
My name is Mike.
Gotta love stone birds. Winking face.
Let's protect our fossils.
Thank you for that. Spartan. Wait.
America loses them forever.
Thank you. My name is Mike for the Prime there. And Spartan, another 10,000 bits? Holy moly. That's $300 within the past, like, several minutes here. That is extraordinary. Holy cow. I don't even... Shoot. I'm blown away. Spartan says Danny's getting takeout tonight. Maybe, Spartan. I think it's actually leftovers tonight, but maybe tomorrow night. Oh boy. Yeah. Holy cow. Yeah. That is, that's pretty excellent. It's pretty excellent. Thank you, Spartan. There's a reason you've got that VIP patch there, too. My name is Mike, says, meat's back on the menu. Well, you know, plant-based meat in my case. But yeah. Thank you, Mike, for your support there. I appreciate it. Yeah. Good stuff. Veggie burgers are back on the menu, absolutely. Alex says, and the nice ones too. Impossible burgers, not your run-of-the-mill Morningstar ones. Oh, Impossible burgers are Beyond Burgers. Can afford those. Yeah. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. Holy cow. Spartan says, we love your knowledge and dedication to outreach. I appreciate that, Spartan. Holy cow. Thank you for saying that. That means a lot to me. That means a lot to me. Yeah. Here, speaking of that kind of science outreach, let's... Maybe the support will continue. Who knows? But I've got to fulfill my duty as a science educator here. We were talking about this. We were talking about how lightweight the skeletons were of these guys. This is just a young diplodocid sauropod here, like Diplodocus. But everything that you see in blue here is air. These animals were all full of air. Whether it's the lungs, which are this kind of dark, unsaturated blue, or this electric blue, which are the air sacs in their torso, or whether it's this kind of sky blue, this like baby blue, powder blue, all these pneumaticities in their necks, these different air sacs and hollows up here that actually intrude into their vertebrae. Their vertebrae had hollow spaces in them, so that every time these animals would take a breath, it would go first into the air sacs, and then into the lungs, and then through all of this as well, oxygenating their cells. And Reaganation, holy cow, that's 10 gift subs there. I really appreciate that, Reaganation. Look at this lovely Tinamou bird. So excited for those 10 gift subs. A little too excited. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot.
Reaganation is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Reaganation. Holy moly. Reaganation not even done. That's incredible. Thank you very much. That means a lot to me. Yeah, all full of explosive. I guess so, Reaganation. Yeah, but that's the thing, is that Tinamou bird there who just exploded and this sauropod dinosaur have got the same kind of respiratory system. Just like modern birds, these dinosaurs had a series of air sacs and hollows throughout their torso and throughout their vertebrae like this, especially their neck, that would have made them much more efficient in breathing than we are as mammals. We just have this really simple system where we take air into our lungs, and then it sits in there, and then we exhale. With dinosaurs and their bird descendants, they would take a breath in.
Stegosaurus, 25 feet long, weighing 4 tons.
And Tanti Rakan, thank you for the 6 months.
He won a lot of arguments in his time, but very few beauty contests.
Oh, unlike you, Ton. Thank you so much for the
Hoorah
6 months of
for hype
support.
trains.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. What was I saying? Yeah, when these guys would take a breath in, it would first go into the air sacs, I think. And then while that first breath is in there, they would take another breath in. And that would force the air out of the air sacs into the lungs. And then they would take a third breath, and that would force the air out of the lungs and then into these like pneumaticities in here, and then it would go back out through the mouth or back out through the nostrils. And so these dinosaurs had an extraordinarily efficient way of breathing, and that is something that birds today also enjoy. Birds inherited this from their dinosaur ancestors. So this is like a nice hand-me-down that birds, birds are recipients of nepotism in that regard, They are the children of dinosaurs. And so they were able to just inherit this benefit. That's one of the reasons why birds were able to take to the skies so effectively. That's one of the reasons why birds developed flight and subsequently took over the world. It's because of this, Oh, yeah. One of the reasons. There's a number of other dinosaur anatomical features that birds inherited from their dinosaur ancestors. But this is one of those. Birds are Nepo babies, says Neverwinter. Kind of, yeah. Yeah. Bats, which also fly, don't have this. And that's one of the reasons why bats are, frankly, not as good at flying as birds are. They can't fly as fast, or as high, or as far as birds can. Because bats started off with a, kind of a lousy mammal lung system like we have. They didn't start off with this. So that's one of the one of the disadvantages that bats have when compared to birds. But yeah. Bats got radar? Yeah, bats they did develop like a sonar sort of a system. Echolocation. But even some birds have that too. There's oil birds have independently evolved that, which is pretty cool. Anywho, this is the point that Mark Norell was making here about the skeletons of these dinosaurs.
Constructed very differently. The bones of this titanosaur were, while not hollow, they were what we call cancellous. So they had lots of little tiny air pockets all through them, like a piece of styrofoam. Yep. So the bones themselves would be very, very, very light. That's the only way an animal like this could get so big.
So one of the reasons why titanosaurs were able to get so big, to answer Dorkolotto's question, is because of this. Is because they developed that ultra lightweight skeleton like that. That's all full of air. I remember Jim Kirkland joking about this, saying that, like, yeah, if you filled them with helium, you could turn them into balloons. Because they're so full of air. All those bones like that.
We chose to display this animal now because it represents one of the newest big dinosaurs that's been found anywhere in the world. We have some tremendous things here. We have the blue whale, we have the Tyrannosaurus rex, we have the Barosaurus, and now we're going to have the Titanosaur.
Nice. Which is, like its name implies, pretty titanic. That is gigantic. Just like that level 8 hype train. Holy moly, everybody. That is truly gargantuan. That is a Titanosaur-sized hype train there. And I am deeply grateful to everybody who contributed to it. Thank you for that. That is... Thank you for that. Holy cow. Oof. Pretty awesome. Now, going from a huge dinosaur from Argentina to a small dinosaur from Argentina. Here is Chacosaurus with a domestic cat for scale. This dinosaur was just published, I guess, in the middle of last month, but the news is finally reaching news agencies and stuff, and people are hearing about it in the general public, which is cool. Argentine scientists find speedy 90-million-year-old herbivore dinosaur. Yeah. Was probably a pretty fast runner. This is what we often call what we used to call a hypsilophodontid dinosaur. Now we recognize that's not really a true taxonomic group that describes a bunch of different dinosaurs from different families. So we would just call this like a small-bodied early diverging ornithischian now, or an elasmarian, I guess, in this particular case.
But in the serious game of paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
And APOC V, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Was that APOC V or APOC 5? Thanks for clicking the follow. It's good to have you here. So what we're looking at here is the actual scientific paper describing this critter. I think it's really important to show people the original scientific literature wherever possible. Just so you're getting things straight from the source, you know? Unfortunately, this isn't a paywalled journal, so I had to email the authors in order to get a copy, but honestly, you could do the same if you needed to. Here's a link to the journal page, and if you were determined, you could get access to this if you just email maybe the corresponding author, perhaps? Hint, hint. But yeah. That's the thing. Anytime that you see a scientific paper and you're like, I'd really love to read that, but purchase PDF. academic and personal use. I don't have $25 to spend on a PDF. That's actually pretty cheap. It's usually like $60. So I don't have that kind of scratch, I don't have that kind of bread to spend on a PDF. All you got to do is email the author. We as scientists, we don't see any of that money. All of that money goes to the journal. We're submitting our own research for free to the journal, and then the journal turns around and charges people to read it. We don't see any of that money as scientists. So just email an author and say, like, hey, would you mind sending me a copy of the paper? I'd love to read it. This sounds super interesting. I'm interested in your work. Would you mind sending over a PDF? And, like, I have never had a response from fellow scientists who said no. Even people outside of my own field. I'm like, I'm a paleontologist, but I want to read your paper on sturgeons or something. Ichthyologist or fisheries biologist. They'd be like, they're excited that you want to hear about their work. They'll send you a paper, usually. They'll send you a PDF. So it's an easy way around the whole paywall thing. Well, I don't know how easy it is. You got to write an email and wait for a response, but it is a way around the paywall. So yeah. Petrodactylus says, that's insane. I had no idea that's where the funds for these go. Oh yeah, no, they go to the journals. Yeah, it's kind of a racket, honestly. Yeah. So anyway, I got access to this paper from the author. He's kind enough to send me a PDF, and we're looking at it right here. So, in the Pueblo Blanco Natural Reserve is the site from which these bones were excavated in Neuquén province in Argentina. So, it looks like... No, I guess we're in Rio Negro province. That might be the border for Neuquén province up there. Anyway. Provinces are a lot like U.S. states, or prefectures in Japan, or provinces in Canada, for instance. Subdivisions of a country. So, we've got several different specimens. MPCA PV816, that's the specimen number, is an incomplete individual represented by a posterior dorsal neural arch, right transverse process of a posterior dorsal. So we've got some vertebral elements, bits of the backbone. An isolated dorsal centrum. Centra, caudals, hemal arch. We've also got an incomplete distal end of a right tibia, so one of the shin bones. Another shin bone, left fibula, right calcaneus, one of the ankle bones, and two non-ungual pedal phalanges, so two different toe bones from that individual animal. But that's not all. They've got other individuals here with other pieces. We've also got a juvenile of the same species, represented by 5 centra, so 5, vertebral bodies, like the main part of the vertebrae. A complete left humerus, that's the upper arm bone right here. And distal ends of both femora, so you've got the thigh bones down, the part down by the knee, so like the end of the thigh bone, from both of the thigh bones, both femurs, both femora. The specimen is identified as a juvenile because of the lack of fusion of neural arches on the dorsal vertebra and the rugose external texture of the humerus. I don't know if they actually did histo on it. They probably did histo also. But yeah. And then we've got some referred material as well. All the specimens are assigned to Chacosaurus nakul, or new genus and new species, because they came from the same fossiliferous site and stratigraphic unit and share a similar morphology and proportion of the dorsal centra. Furthermore, all the specimens show anatomical features that belong to an Ellesmerian ornithopod with size and proportions similar to Anabasetia. See below. So cool stuff. Let's take a look at some of those bones. We've got some nice vertebrae here. And something about the tail vertebrae shows that the tail had like a downward curve to it, which is pretty unusual for one of these ornithopod dinosaurs. We'll see where they talk about that. Yeah, there's the humerus, presumably. Upper arm bone. Yeah. Got some more bones right there. This is exciting stuff. It's not the most complete critter in the world, but it's important. These beaky plant-eating dinosaurs are rare in this formation, so this is exciting. And Starcrasher says, did juvenile dinosaurs stay close to their parents? In a lot of cases, that seems to be... The answer seems to be yes. There's some relatives of this dinosaur, like Eryctodromius. Actually raised their young in burrows. And so the adults would dig a burrow and then they would have their babies in there. And so these dinosaurs exhibited like pretty pronounced parental care. They really took care of their young. Which is pretty cool. We know this because we've actually found their fossil burrows. And a friend and colleague of mine, LJ Krumanacker, he just had a paper published a couple days ago. I think it was Friday morning. New paper on Eryctodromius, looking at their osteology and everything. But that is the burrow being dug out there. We were really lucky in this regard because the burrow got filled in with a different kind of rock. And so the burrow itself is like a fossil there that you can excavate. Pretty neat. Yeah. Yeah, cool critter. Eryctodromius. Oh, there's LJ right there. Yes. Look at my dinosaur. It's now the state dinosaur of Idaho. We'll talk about this later. Maybe tomorrow we'll talk about Eryctodromius a bit more. But we got to get back to one of its relatives, Chacosaurus, who is brand new. Exciting stuff. They did some histo here, so these are microscope slide photographs with polarized light looking at the interior of the bones. Exhibit an annulus of parallel fibered bone tissue, detail of osteocyte lacunae in the middle cortex. Yeah, so they actually did histo to figure out how old these animals were when they died, which is cool. How mature they were when they died, what growth stage they were at. Neat stuff. There's some more there. And here is their phylogenetic tree that they came up with. And so our new critter, Chacosaurus, forms a polytomy with Morosaurus, Mahuida cursor, Macrogryphosaurus, Cagnosaurus, and Anabasetia. It turns out all of these critters pop out next to each other on the tree, and anytime you have this sort of thing going on, it's like, oh boy, we need more material to actually figure this out. Anytime you've got one node with all of these critters that seem to be equally closely related, that's a sign that, like, we've got incomplete data here. When you've got what we call a polytomy there. One node and you just have all these species kicking out right there. We need more skeletal material from these animals to be able to really figure out how they're related.
Successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
Dances with Dirt, thank you for the 9 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. And here's the humeri, the upper arm bones of these different close relatives. Here's our new guy here, Chacosaurus. Here's some dinosaurs that have been described before. These two look pretty similar. I like how simple these drawings are, too. They're really trying to highlight the most important features on them. You mean we need more fossils? Yeah, Real Men Grow Beards, absolutely. There's always need for more specimens. Alright, conclusions. The new genus and species Chacosaurus necule is described here based on several juvenile and adult specimens. It constitutes the first named ornithischian from the Huincul Formation and sheds light on tail and humeral anatomy in elasmarians. Caudal anatomy of elasmarians and ornithopods in general is poorly known. So the shape of the tail has not been well studied in this group of dinosaurs before. Chacosaurus constitutes an important addition to the knowledge of this region of the ornithopod body. Furthermore, its humeral shape is very different from other medium-sized elasmarians, resembling smaller taxa and being suggestive that this clade included species of divergent locomotory habits. So you would have had animals that would have moved in different ways. That's what they're suggesting here. Maybe some of them kind of ran on all fours sometimes, I guess, is kind of what they're implying there. Yeah, so some of these guys, Telecowan and Macrogryphosaurus, show a combination of characters that included some members of the clade, that indicate some members of the clade possess quadrupedal or graviportal habits. Some of them may have actually run on all fours. And they probably constitute a subclade of their own, so they're probably each other's closest relatives. They might be like a distinct family. This also points to the fact that the anatomical diversity of elasmarians is far from being well understood. The novel anatomical information provided by Chacosaurus lends support to the idea that elasmarians were very different from other ornithopod lineages, and that further studies are needed to recognize their uniqueness and elucidate their diversity in the southern landmasses. Chacosaurus Nicule specimens suggest that the attainment of sexual maturity occurred before somatic and skeletal maturity, which makes a lot of sense. We've seen this in other dinosaurs, in a similar way to that of other elasmarians previously studied. Started in Chinsami, Marsa et al. Yeah. Very cool stuff. So these dinosaurs were capable of, like, having babies before they were fully mature. Like, before their skeletons had fully matured, which, that tracks. We've got the evidence of that from other dinosaur groups, including this group that these guys belong to. Teen pregnancy in dinosaurs was not uncommon, to put it simply. Oh yeah. So welcome to the world, Chacosaurus. We've already got a bunch of different pieces of art that people have produced. People are excited about this dinosaur. That's really cool. Yeah. Neat stuff. It's not a big animal, as you can see. That mouse is a little too big, though, looks like. That's probably a little bit closer to... There's a cat there. Yeah. But yeah, lovely. I like that people are so excited about this. Makes me happy. And we've already got a Wikipedia article about this critter. Dinosaur Wikipedia is really the best part of Wikipedia, I'll say it. It's the fastest to be updated, it seems. It's one of the most comprehensive bits of Wikipedia is Dinosaur Wikipedia. It is probably the most comprehensive and accurate branch of Wikipedia has got to be dinosaurs. Everybody loves dinosaurs. The people who update the articles on Dinosaur Wikipedia, the people who edit the articles, they do a phenomenal job. They're very passionate, very hardworking. So we've already got a pretty excellent article about this critter right here. Yeah. Petrodactylus says, I like to doodle dinosaurs on the whiteboards at work. I think I might just need to doodle this little guy next. Well, there's plenty of references online. Yeah. Maybe draw him running really fast, like a Roadrunner cartoon. Given that that's one of the things about these animals is, yeah, they seem to have been fast runners. So maybe, gonna doodle them. Do like that with a big, cloud of dust or whatever. Yeah. That's how I would do it. Yeah. Good stuff. And Nostalgia Nerd says, without accurate dinosaur knowledge, we are all doomed? I mean, it's good to have you here, Nostalgia Nerd. If you're being facetious, you don't have to be. Before we get into our T-Rex brain discussion here, let me make a point. The study of dinosaurs and the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for a handful of birds, has helped us realize, as human beings, that there are certain things that we should be aware of and wary of. Learning that dinosaurs seem to have gone extinct because of a massive asteroid striking the Earth tells us that we should be aware of what's going on out in space. We should have a space program. We should have telescopes. We should be, on the lookout. You don't want a situation like this. Anybody seen this movie? It honestly gave me nightmares. The depiction of science in this movie is really authentic. And I don't know, I was one of those people who, Leonardo DiCaprio always kind of bugged me. Until he's been in some more recent movies. This is the movie that made me love Leonardo DiCaprio because I see so many scientists in his character. He did such a good job of portraying a scientist. A scientist, we're very fallible people, just like anybody. We're human beings. He's very passionate about what he does, but he's also not necessarily great at public speaking. He kind of perfectly encapsulated a lot of the foibles that I see in a lot of my colleagues. It felt very authentic.
You are here now. You are here now. You are here now.
Based on Michael Mann. Is that right, Neverwinter? I didn't know that.
Your breathing is stressing me out. This will affect the entire planet. I know, but it's so stressful. Can I get that one more ice water?
I'll get 2 more glasses of white wine. And I don't need the judgy face. There's a comet headed directly towards Earth. Do you know how many the world is ending meetings we've had over the last 2 years?
Drought, famine. Hole in the ozone is so boring.
Anyway, highly recommend that film. But the reason that people are worried about asteroid impacts, meteorite impacts, comet impacts, extraterrestrial bolide impacts, big rock from outer space, or a comet, hitting the Earth, is because we know from the study of dinosaurs that this is something that we should be concerned about. Imagine if for some reason we didn't know anything about the history of life on Earth. Imagine we were living here in the year 2024, and nobody had ever studied fossils. Imagine that we're just, going on with life without any knowledge of what came here before us. We wouldn't have that context. We wouldn't have any reason to be concerned about death from above. And maybe someday that will be what saves us, is having that knowledge, having that context, having that perspective, so that we know that, oh shoot, if we can spot a massive object out in space and deflect it before it gets to Earth, we can save ourselves. It could very well be that the study of dinosaurs ends up saving humanity in that sense. I've had people ask me before, Danny, what good is paleontology really? Why are dinosaurs important to study? Shouldn't we be focused on curing cancer and stuff? And sometimes I bring this up, this idea of we know that asteroids are dangerous because they wiped out the dinosaurs. And that's the only reason that we're here today, is because the reign of the dinosaurs was ended 66 million years ago. These are... Don't mess around with big objects in space, But also, it's not an either-or with curing cancer or studying dinosaurs. The way that I see it, we as dinosaur paleontologists, we who are studying dinosaurs and other fossil critters, this is the sort of thing that kids get really excited about, you know? Everybody who's watching right now either was at one point a dinosaur-obsessed kid, or maybe you know a kid who is currently obsessed with dinosaurs. For some of us, it's a terminal case. We never grow out of it. That was me, you know? But the thing is, there are so many different people in the sciences, in other knowledge fields, in law or philosophy or, you know, engineering or medicine, whatever. People who first fell in love with the idea of learning because they were, you know, they went through a dinosaur phase as a kid. So many kids go through that dinosaur phase and they just want to learn everything they possibly can about dinosaurs. They want to tell all the grown-ups in their life all about dinosaurs. Dinosaurs have a way of capturing the imagination, and unlike other stuff, unlike Pokemon or unlike superheroes or unlike other things that kids really like, dinosaurs are real. And when you're learning about dinosaurs, you're learning about the process of science. You're learning about how we attain knowledge, how we test ideas. You're learning about how the real world works like that. And that's an incredibly important lesson for kids. And I've not done it yet, but I'm talking to a few colleagues about this right now. I want to do a study where we take like a representative sample, or as close to a representative sample as we can get, of people in science and law and medicine and philosophy and everything else. All these people who like people in the knowledge fields, and ask them, did you go through a dinosaur phase early on? Are dinosaurs the reason why you went into these fields later? Because I'm guessing for a big portion of them, the answer is yes. I talk to a lot of people who tell me, you know, dinosaurs are my first introduction to science. Dinosaurs are my first real introduction to learning. And now I'm a professor. Now I'm a lawyer. Now I'm a philosopher. Now I'm a doctor. Now I'm an engineer. Someday, if there ever are cures for cancer, it's a decent chance the people who come up with those cures, they chose a career path because way back when they were interested in dinosaurs. So in a way, dinosaur science maybe will cure cancer. Think about that. Let me scroll up and see what people are saying. I was ranting for a while there. You're being 100% genuine, nostalgia nerd? Good. Yes, it's good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah. Scrolling through. And Jen Alex. Oh yeah, the reason we know anything about mass extinctions is because of paleontology. Otherwise, we wouldn't know that. We wouldn't have any sense for how we're like impacting our environment and the critters around us if it weren't for paleontology, Jen Alex. Absolutely. Paleontology gives us context in which, in a way that no other science really can. You know? Yeah. So yeah. But now you're way more interested. Very cool, Atlas Brood. Yeah. Makes me think perhaps I can be as passionate about some of the drier sciences as you are about dinosaur science. I'm glad you think dinosaur science isn't dry. Because sometimes I feel like it is. You know, when I've, when I've gone through an entire water bottle. You know, when I'm out in the field. It's a pretty dry environment.
All of this.
I'm glad the science itself doesn't seem that dry.
This morning, and all of those piles over there, and much.
Yeah. Anyway, Petrodactylus says dinosaurs directly inspired me to become an artist. If I didn't fall in love with dinosaurs, I might not have a profession I do today. There you go, Petrodactylus. Yeah, and that reminds me of shoot. Anybody here familiar with the name Ray Bradbury? If you're an admirer of Mr. Bradbury's work, then you might have dinosaurs to thank for that.
Now, remember this. Love is at the center of your life. The things that you do should be things that you love. And things that you love should be things that you do. And when I was 6, I saw a film on dinosaurs, and dinosaurs filled my life. And by the age of 6, I began to read about dinosaurs. And they affected my whole life and wound up with me getting the work on Moby Dick when I was 33 years old because I fell in love with dinosaurs when I was 6.
This is a story about love and dinosaurs.
Anyway, this is an old video that I put together a long time ago. Yeah.
In 1951, under the title The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. Ray Bradbury's short story had an outsized impact, not just on his career, but on popular culture the world over.
What?
The story was a hit, and Hollywood took notice. At the time, there happened to be a small independent film about a sea monster, which was already in the works. And when the producers read Bradbury's piece, they bought the rights, adopted the title, and added details from the story.
An armored giant, wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machines. Cities would be terrorized by the cruel intruder from the past. Populations crazed and panicked with fear by its destructive force. Granite and steel would crumble. Soldiers and their weapons would be powerless before the onslaught of the beast.
The what? The what? I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
20,000 fathoms.
This film adaptation mostly ignored the story's main themes.
Anyway, yeah.
I recognize things.
Books.
Here we go. Here's that interview.
A book that had nothing to do with your books, Moby Dick.
That's right.
And you really, I have to say, seemed like a very unlikely choice to adapt Moby Dick for the screen. And I was wondering how you got to write the screenplay.
Well, by staying true to my own sense of the poetic. Again, here's where the influence of Shakespeare on my life, the influence of the Bible, which I was raised on, and by staying true to my love of poetry and my love of metaphor, which you learn from the Old Testament, the New Testament, and you learn it from Shakespeare, and also by staying in love with dinosaurs. I fell in love with dinosaurs when I was 5. And I was walking along the shore with my wife one night down Venice, California, this 1949, and we found the ruins of the old Venice Pier, all the bones and the skeleton, the tracks and the ties of the roller coaster lying there in the sea. And I turned to my wife and I said, I wonder what that dinosaur is doing lying here on the shore. She was very careful not to answer, and 3 nights later, and I heard something in the middle of the night. I sat up in bed, looked at all the fog out beyond the window, and way out in the Santa Monica Bay, I heard the braying, the calling, the oconing of the foghorn over and over and over again. And I said, yes, that's it. Next day, I got out of bed and wrote The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, sent it to the Saturday Evening Post. It was published. John Huston read that one story, and that changed my life forever, because he thought he smelled the ghost of Melville in that story. What he smelled in it was the ghost of Shakespeare and the ghost of the Bible, And so he called me on the phone and offered me the job. And a year later, when I was working on the screenplay one night, I said, John, how did I get this job, you know? Everyone thought you were crazy. He said, well, I read that story about the dinosaur.
Dinosaurs, of course, are a major theme in Bradbury's work.
And they are. Shoot, there's It's a really neat book if you're interested in Ray Bradbury and dinosaurs. Let's see if I can find a book for you. Bradbury Dinosaur Tales. There we go. You can get it there. On thrift books. Ooh, nice and cheap if you get it in paperback. But anyway, the point is, dinosaurs inspire people. Dinosaurs capture our imagination in a way that kind of nothing else does. And I like to think that we as paleontologists, by studying dinosaurs, we're inspiring future generations of scientists. Not just future generations of more paleontologists, but people who study all kinds of different things. And artists as well. People like Ray Bradbury, writers. People like people here in chat. Like Petrodactylus. It's inspired by dinosaurs from a young age. This stuff is important, you know? So yeah. And Will62, I am doing well. I hope you are too. Yeah, an adult viper. Any life form preserved under the ground fascinates you. Good. Awesome. That, having a sense for what came before us is so important, I think. You know? It's cool how that captures people's imaginations. And there's one particular dinosaur that captures the imagination of scientists and the public alike. Some people say that this dinosaur gets too much attention or is overrated, and that's sometimes true. But we're going to be talking about that right now. Let's talk about Tyrannosaurus Rex and how intelligent this dinosaur may have been. First, well, there's a new paper that just came out. Here it is, right here. Or this is a press release that goes with that. But before we get to that, let me show you what this new paper is responding to. We talked about this when it came out. We're going to return to it briefly here. We had somebody from outside of paleontology doing some work on Tyrannosaurus and running some calculations and making some claims about dinosaur intelligence. Someone who's not a dinosaur researcher. Let's take a look. Really professional videography here. Almost a little too polished. Almost makes me a little suspicious.
What if I could tell you how many neurons you would have found in the brain of T-Rex, the royal tyrant lizard who reigned pretty much unchallenged until an asteroid hit the Earth 65 million years ago?
Ooh, boy. It's 66. This came out when? A year ago. We've known since about 2012 that it's actually 66 million years ago. The idea that they had this in the script and didn't correct it, I mean, this is when a non-dinosaur person publishes on dinosaurs, or people outside of paleontology, you know, yeah. Not great. Not great. And the subtitle said T-Rex, T-Rex, not T. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Shoot. It's frustrating when somebody who knows better makes a mistake like this, but it's, frankly, it's also frustrating when movie producers make this error. Like with that film that came out, 65. Does anybody remember that? Should I show the modified trailer? Oh boy. Yes or no, chat? What do you think? Should I show it? You want to see it again? Let me know. Let me know. Always yes, says Beards. Okay, here we go. I took the trailer for that film, you know, and I modified it a little bit to make it so he actually crash lands on Earth 65 million years ago. Anyway, here.
Location unknown.
Charter 373. This is Commander Mills. My ship was hit by an undocumented asteroid. Send help.
We've crash landed on an uncharted celestial body.
Location unknown.
There's something alien out there.
You need to be quiet and move.
So that's what happens when you get your dates wrong, you know? So anyway, red flag that she already kind of did that here, or someone on her team, whoever put together the script for this video, already got that part wrong.
Until an asteroid hit the Earth 65 million years ago.
66 million years ago. And thank you, Wood. Speaking of little mammals, post-asteroid. Thank you for your incredible hygiene there, Wood, and your generosity.
Wood is washing away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
I really appreciate that, Wood. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Appreciate your generosity. Look, we're now at 27 out of 150 sub points here. That is excellent.
Really,
thank you, Wood. Good
no
stuff.
expense.
Tommy Plodicus gifted a tier 1 sub to Ranger 910.
Thank you, Tommy Plodicus. We're now at 28. Beautiful. Excellent stuff. Yeah. But yeah. Oh, and that was a Sengi. Yeah, they're actually Afrotheres. They're related to elephants. Elephants, aardvarks, manatees. That critter there that Adam Driver was trying to melee with his space rifle, that is more closely related to a manatee than it is to a rat, or like a kangaroo rat, you know? Yeah. So Charlie's Dragon's correct about that. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah. It's cool. That whole group, Afrotheria. Here. We'll see if they've corrected this yet. Afrotheria. No, it's still not working. Shoot. I gotta open it in a new tab and then it'll work. There we go. I emailed the One Zoom people about this today. I had iOS take a look, and we looked at the console, and she's like, no, that is an error. It's just not working. They borked it in the latest update. Anyway, I sent them an email about that. Hopefully they'll fix it soon, because I love using this resource. And it's lousy that it's currently borked. But yeah, elephants, elephant shrews, and more belong to this group, Afrotheria. So that little elephant shrew, more closely related to a dugong or a manatee or a sea cow than it is to a rat or something. Like a kangaroo rat. They're Afrotheres. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? Yeah, this is really neat. Really neat. Anyhow. We've got 33 seconds into this video. Let's just start it from the beginning. As somebody who works in a scientific field, I'm a little bit suspicious of a video that is this well edited with this high production value when it's a paper that it seems like it's aiming to be really controversial, and it's somebody outside of dinosaur science who wants to talk about dinosaurs a bunch, and they don't talk about just any dinosaur. They talk about the dinosaur that they know is going to get headlines. They talk about Tyrannosaurus. It's there are red flags that pop up for me when we're doing this, you know?
What if I could tell you how many neurons you would have found in the brain of T-Rex, the royal tyrant lizard who reigned pretty much unchallenged until an asteroid hit the Earth 65 million years ago?
66 million.
Ask, how could you possibly know? And also, why do I care?
Why do we care? Because it's cool. I mean, you don't have to sell me on that. You don't have to sell me on that. Dr. Hukulano Hausel.
Perfectly good questions. But let me start with the actual news. According to a brand new study by Susanna Herculano Hausel, that's me, theropod dinosaurs, that's biped, fast-running dinosaurs like T-Rex.
Not all of them were fast-running, but I'm going to resist the effort to go, oh, well, actually, about this, because most theropods probably could run pretty fast.
Were the primates of their time with as many neurons in their telencephalon as you find in a modern monkey.
But that's the thing, is that, and this illustrates it pretty well, you've got a little bit of a size difference between, say, a baboon and an adult Tyrannosaurus. You know? It's interesting. They'd be born around the same size, but Tyrannosaurus grows to be much, much, much larger. And the bigger an animal you are, generally kind of like the bigger a brain you need and the more neurons you need. Brains do tend to scale with the rest of your body. Like, Tyrannosaurus had the biggest brain of pretty much any dinosaur, it seems. But that's also because Tyrannosaurus Rex is among the very largest of the theropod dinosaurs, and also one of the latest of the theropod dinosaurs. And this will be important later on, too. We'll talk about that. Yeah. Tommy Ploticus says, also, what monkey? Tommy Ploticus, maybe you don't realize why, but you've triggered a, yeah, here we go.
Well, scientists have discovered.
Oh, and shoot, this is from the Simpsons here. In this episode, the town of Springfield it's grown to the point where they need to subdivide the town and have. Well, well, holy cow!
No! You can't hear me, I'm a herpetologist! No!
Dynamite twins!
Leaping forth with a gigantic 242-strong raid.
Holy moly, welcome to Paleontologizing, Dynamite Twins and Raiders. Ooga Yoink, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? How was your stream, Dynamite Twins? I hope it was superb. Great to have you here. Let me introduce myself real quick. We're talking about Tyrannosaurus brains. How intelligent was T-Rex? We're gonna... Oh man, you've come in at just the right time for this discussion. I'm excited. I'm excited. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
Who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends? Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things.
Gildonomite Fury, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. As I was saying, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And I stream on Twitch here doing some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about natural history, talking about the progression of life on Earth and why it's important to our everyday lives. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. I'm very, very excited to be digging up some more dinosaurs live on stream in 1 month. 1 month from now, I'll be back out there in Wyoming, digging up dinosaurs. Like you see here.
You know, the viewership here, which is pretty extraordinary, and hats off to everybody who's contributed. That's pretty extraordinary.
Thank you, Loop-D-Loop-D.
But yeah,
for the follow.
Well,
and Lady
we
Lauren,
are working
thank
with a
you for your
museum.
follow,
I should
too.
emphasize that, I suppose. Yeah, any fossils that we dig up here are going to be reposited at the museum in Cincinnati. So, yeah, this is not for commercial gain or anything like that. Obviously not. These fossils are scientifically important. These are going to be new dinosaurs. They belong in a museum, and they are going to a museum. They'll be
and you'll be seeing some more of those being dug up in less than a month if you tune in. Or in a month. Is T-Rex smarter than Allosaurus? Almost certainly, Dynamite Twins. Yes, we'll be talking about why. I actually have a little video about Allosaurus and Allosaurus's brain that I have bookmarked for today's stream, so stay tuned and we'll talk about that. I hope you had a wonderful stream, Dynamite Twins. It's wonderful to have you here. Thank you for that incredible raid. Welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. Can we get one more shout out for Dynamite Twins, who were doing some just chatting here. Dynamite Twins, do you have a channel trailer that we can take a look at here? Here we go. Let me unmute the site. But there are indeed two twins here on Dynamite Twins' channel. And they are Dynamite.
It is on.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it be on?
If you like chill, just chatting streams
So we have to stop.
with a fun vibe, check out Dynamite Twins. Give them a follow.
So we have to stop.
And thank you, Seiko, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Good stuff. It's wonderful to have everybody here. Well, we've got all these cool new people here in the chat who came in with Dynamite Twins.
Look at this graph.
What a beautiful graph. Yo, Mip. Thank you for sharing. And thank you, Veiled Elk 72, for your follow as well. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. For you cool new folks, I have got a welcome video for you. Kind of introduce you to the channel, to tell you what I'm all about. So without further ado, we're going to call forth a good friend of mine. We call him...
Dinosaurs are the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals and to our own existence.
We call him Huirodra. No, we don't. Huirodra, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Now, we call him Previously Recorded Danny. He's going to tell you a little bit about who I am, what in the world a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch, and hang on, hold your horses. Sorry. Hang on. He's very eager. We're going to turn things over to him. He'll tell you what this whole channel is about and all that good stuff. Thank you again very, very much, Dynamite Twins, for the raid. I really appreciate it. Let's get another shout out for Dynamite Twins. Give them a follow. Give both of them a follow, the Dynamite Twins, if you're not yet doing so, everybody. And previously recorded, Danny. It is your time to shine. Take it away.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada. But most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
All right, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off.
1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am. That's who I am. That's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who who I am. That's 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 who I am.
I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach, and I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful.
So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Dynamite Twins for that raid. I really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, everybody. Hopefully you now have a better understanding of what this channel is all about, who I am, all that stuff. And there's also a few things I should correct there. I have actually done a bunch of field work since that came out. That video is a little on the old side. I produced that back in 2020. I've done a bunch of field work since then.
Right around
and we'll continue to do that more this year as well. Digging up dinosaurs.
You can't really cut them with like a normal knife. I think.
Yeah. So really excited to be back out there in
You've been working at this site
in a month now. We'll be back out there.
Sometimes the time kind of flows together.
It really does.
Especially when you're working at multiple sites. But I'd say probably about 4 or 5 days.
4 or 5 days? Cool. This is my first day at this site, so this is all kind of new to me.
Yeah, and then we ended up jacketing and collecting several duck-billed dinosaur bones from this site, some big limb bones during that time, and I'll find you a quick clip of that too before I get back to our T-Rex brain discussion. No, not a ceratopsy.
Thanks for walking us through that. Yeah, sure. Really.
Let's see. There we go.
About 73 million years ago.
Blaster jacketing this critter.
So the last... There's a bunch of kind of concretionary crud on top, and I'm going to leave that on.
Right there. And then over the course of this stream, apologize. My name is... We got this thing jacketed. Properly cocooned. So right now, make it nice and safe to bring back to the laboratory.
And the other femur that we got.
We'll be doing a lot more of that this next summer.
Oh, hey, beetle. Hey, beetle buddy.
Yeah.
Very nice.
And if you like,
Wyoming beetle. Probably a darkling beetle, like I said. If we have any coleopterists at home, please tell me what kind of beetle this is. And don't say George, Paul, Ringo, or John. Because I doubt. Definitely don't say Yoko.
We could use some help there.
But Danny, Yoko's my favorite beetle.
Look at him.
There you go. So yeah, there you have it.
Yeah.
Top jacketing, a limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur. Yeah.
Anywho. Yeah. And Ken, it's good to have you here. One thing I'm curious about is how you keep everything organized for your research and just resources for paleontology, I suppose, in general. I would be interested in understanding your workflow and resource management. Oh, I'm probably not somebody to emulate there, Atlas Brood. not actually published a paper in a couple years now. I am not as prolific as I would like to be. What is my workflow for research? I collect a bunch of papers, I read through them, I take notes. I usually have a Google document that I type the manuscript out onto, and then I share that with collaborators, co-authors, so that they can look through it. And yeah, it's really nothing special. Again, I'm not providing a good example. Don't do as I do. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Anyway, it's good to see you here, Ken. I'm excited to see you again when we go out there to Wyoming. In a month. It's a month from tomorrow. We'll be out there in the field. Back out there digging up more dinosaurs. It's going to be excellent. Yeah.
Pete Best. Wasn't Pete Best the drummer for the Beatles before they became the Beatles?
Was he? Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Grand Blue says, does this guy believe in evolution? You mean this guy here? No. No. Evolution is not somebody that not something that you believe in. It's something that you observe in the fossil record, in the laboratory, in scientific experiments. It's something that we watch happen in real time with modern critters, and it's something that we watch happen throughout the fossil record in extinct critters. It's not a matter of belief, and the people who say that it's a matter of belief are telling on themselves. They're looking at it from like a, almost a theological kind of framework, Science is not about belief. It's about collecting information, collecting data, testing hypotheses. If an idea doesn't fit with the evidence, basura, we throw it in the trash. If it does, however, comport with the evidence, if we try every means we can think of to disprove an idea and we can't disprove it, then it might be true. That's what's happened with evolution. This idea that living things change over time, we know that that is the case. We've observed it in a million zillion different ways at this point. It has been confirmed by hugely disparate scientific disciplines. Different lines of evidence, every single possible challenge that we could throw at this idea that living things change over time. Every way that we could try and disprove this, none of them have worked. Because it's true. Because living things do change over time. So yeah. Anyway. And Green Blue says it is a belief. You can't observe it or test it. Green Blue, I'm so glad you're here because you've been misinformed. You've been lied to. What you think about this, I know that people have told you that, probably people that you trust. They're wrong. They are wrong. You've been misled. And that's not your fault. We, as scientists, are trying to figure out what's actually true about the natural world. What holds up? What can actually be observed and tested and stand the test of time, further experiments? It's really competitive like that. If living things didn't change over time, we wouldn't see that in the fossil record. I go out and dig up fossils every summer. And depending on the rock layers that you're in, you either see certain creatures or you don't. There's a very, very clear progression of life through time in the rock record that you wouldn't have if creatures weren't changing over time. It's possibly the most well-supported idea in all of science, that living things change over time. And I recognize that certain people are really scared of this idea. they really, really don't want that to be true because their religious leaders have told them, oh, that can't be true. You know, just in the same way that there are people who really, really don't want the world to be round because they're scared of that idea. If the Earth is round, that means the folks at NASA, maybe they really do go into space. Maybe people really did land on the moon. Maybe there really is more to the universe than just our Earth, just little old us. Maybe there really is stuff out there. Maybe science really is real. A lot of folks are really scared by that idea. And I feel really bad for them, you know? Because they're missing out on all of this joy and wonder. They're missing out on a true understanding of the world around us, you know? So yeah. But yeah, Green Blue says there's no proof. Oh boy. We were going to be talking about Tyrannosaurus brains here, but it's clear we need to do a quick detour as well. Because, well, shoot, the evidence for evolution is absolutely overwhelming. And this isn't just something like, oh, only godless scientists believe this. No, the majority of religious people around the world are also perfectly accepting of this idea. Living things change over time. You know? In the same way that the sun orbits, the Earth orbits the sun, and not the other way around. Ugh, I pooched that one. In the same way that the Earth goes around the sun, you know, rather than the other way around, something that Galileo was persecuted for by the church, you know, living things change over time. Most religious folks around the world today accept both of those things. That the Earth orbits the sun, and that living things change over time. These are both things that we can directly observe through scientific means. So yeah, time for Evolution 101? I guess so, Mary L. Yeah. Shoot, where do we even start? Evolution is the most basic concept in all of biology. Here, let's see if we can find a video about that old Dobzhansky quote. Here, I don't know if anybody's... Oh, here we go. Oh, this is excellent.
Offspring, genetics as a field was...
There we go. We're going to have a quick Evolution 101 lesson, so I hope you're still here. Oh no, they split, it looks like? Green Blue is no longer here? Oh, Grand Blue, hang on. I spelled it wrong. My mistake. You are still here, Grand Blue. Excellent. Here. I'm really, really glad that you're here because we have an opportunity to talk about this. Evolution is the most fundamental principle in all of biology. You're about to understand why, I hope. Let's get into it.
The story of life on Earth is a story of change. Living things have changed the atmosphere and the climate. They've endured the movements of the continents and the rise and fall of the seas. And they've responded to these changes over the long course of Earth's history through a process that still continues today, evolution. This powerful force is, in the simplest terms, just change over time, and it's responsible for the shape of the tree of life and for generating the diversity that we see in the fossil record as well as in modern ecosystems. It's the very foundation of our understanding of biology, and it continues to help us make sense of the world around us. As a scientific concept, evolution was revolutionary when it was first introduced. Charles Darwin and Alfred Russel Wallace were the first to put all of the pieces together into a unified explanation that would radically alter our understanding of life on the planet. But our
Caterpillar says, no, evolution is done. We solved it. No, I mean, there's still so much that we don't know about how living things change. And that's a big part of what paleontology is all about. And modern evolutionary biology and zoology and botany and every scientific field that deals with living things deals with evolution. Because that is like the fundamental concept in all of biology and all of the life sciences. Living things do not stay the same. They change over time.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
Sysadmin, thank you for the 10 months of support. Now at tier 2. Thank you, Sysadmin, for helping support Science Outreach here on Twitch. That's a big deal, and I appreciate you, Sysadmin. Thank you.
Our understanding of evolutionary theory didn't stop there. We've learned a lot, and we are still learning.
Oh, yeah.
In the last 160 years, we've learned what Darwin and Wallace didn't know, and they figured out a lot.
So Darwin and Wallace were wrong about a lot of stuff. They didn't understand anything about DNA back then in the 1860s. The cool thing is that, like, everything that we've learned since then has really fitting pretty beautifully into the paradigm that they came up with. Even if they were wrong about some of the details, the overarching ideas, which are the things that actually matter, those have held up. Let's continue.
About how evolution actually works, like how it can produce the incredible array of animals you see here, and how we know they're all.
That's the same Tyrannosaurus specimen that we have in our emotes, by the way. The yes and the chomping, these guys. That's the Wonkel Rex right there. MOR 555. I helped pack up this specimen to send it to the Smithsonian back in 2014. Yeah. Cool stuff. And there are definitely plant paleontologists, paleobotanists. Oops, kapoots. Absolutely. 1,000,000%. Yeah. Anyway,
all related.
When the Smithsonian opened its first exhibit of fossil animals in the early 1900s, it was called the Hall of Extinct Monsters. Today, Callie and I are in a space that's completely renovated and reimagined. The David H. Koch Hall of Fossils Deep Time, also known as the Deep Time Hall. And it depicts more vividly than ever the staggering variety of animal forms that have arisen and disappeared over time. A monument to the fact that, as Darwin himself put it, endless forms, most beautiful and most wonderful, have been and are being evolved.
Yep.
Charles Darwin and Alfred Russel Wallace were both British naturalists whose thinking about the natural world was deeply shaped by long voyages of exploration. Darwin famously traveled to South America and the Galapagos Islands, and Wallace went to South America and Southeast Asia. And together they observed an incredible diversity of life. They saw firsthand how very similar organisms seemed to be slightly modified in ways that made them ideally suited to their environments.
For Darwin, he saw this in the different shapes in the beaks of finches on the different islands of the Galapagos archipelago.
And that's actually kind of it's not exactly. So Darwin didn't actually really work on the finches. It was ornithologists who worked on these. He brought them back from the Galapagos, but that was not really a big part of his thinking about evolution. This is something he was really surprised by, not something that directly shaped his thinking on evolution. So this part is not entirely correct. Yeah.
He saw this in the different shapes in the beaks of finches on the different islands of the Galapagos
That wasn't really a big
for Wallace,
influence
it was
for
the
him.
difference between monkeys living on different riverbanks in the Amazon. And they both realized that the patterns they observed meant that these species all probably arose from the same place, a common ancestor. The bodies of these animals, they realized, had been shaped over time by the conditions in their environments, resulting in the different forms they found on different islands and riverbanks.
But in addition to being well-traveled, Darwin and Wallace were also well-read.
And thank you, Mar-a-Lago. That means sea of lake in Spanish. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Their ideas were deeply influenced
Or sea at lake, I guess. Mar al lago. But yeah.
by other earlier thinkers in natural history, geology, and even economics. Scholars like Georges Cuvier, Charles Lyell, Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, and Thomas Malthus helped establish the ideas that were critical to evolutionary thinking. Namely, that the Earth was very, very old, that species seemed to change and go extinct over time, and that individuals competed over limited resources. Darwin and Wallace used these insights along with their...
And this, I'm a little bit frustrated by their choice of imagery here too, because old Chucky D and Alfie R, Charles Darwin and Alfred Russell Wallace, Alfie R.W., they didn't look like this when they came up with these ideas. Only when they were famous were they like old bearded men like this. But, you know, shoot. Charles Darwin came up with most of his best ideas when he looked like this. He did go bald pretty early on. But, yeah. You know, and then he sat on those ideas for a long time because he didn't want people to be mad at him. He was a member of the upper class of society. He was part of the landed gentry. You know, he wasn't part of the working class like Alfred Russel Wallace was. He wasn't a working man, you know? He lived by accumulation of capital. Anyway, and as part of the upper class like that, he had a reputation to maintain. He was afraid of other people being mad at him, and he knew that this idea that, like, you know, living things were not immutable, they changed over time, he knew that this would upset a lot of people. A lot of people. And so he sat on that idea for a long time until Alfred Russel Wallace came along and basically, like, forced him to publish, because old Chucky D realized that this young whippersnapper and Alfred Russel Wallace you know, he looked like this when he was young. Or like this. He's even a little bit older there. But yeah, he was much younger than Darwin. He independently had the same idea about natural selection. He discovered this independently of Darwin. Another naturalist working on the other side of the world had the same idea because he observed it in nature, that living things don't stay the same. They change from generation to generation. That's what evolution is. He discovered this independently of Darwin. And he'd heard of Darwin at the time. Darwin was already mildly famous, I guess. And he wrote Darwin a letter, and he's like, hey, I heard you were working on this thing. Or no, he didn't hear that he was working about this thing. Shoot, let me find you a video. He's like, I know you're also a well-known naturalist. What do you think of my idea about evolution? And Darwin was like, oh, shoot, I've been sitting on this idea for 15 years now. Yeah. I'm trying to find you a quick clip here. This is with the same guy. This is with Hank Green. Fine.
And no one seemed to realize this.
Yeah.
The fittest thing, right? Actually, Darwin doesn't deserve all the credit. While Darwin was puzzling over the beaks of Galapagos finches, another naturalist working in what's now Indonesia was reaching the exact same conclusions. His name was Alfred Russel Wallace. Darwin gathered the observations that led to the theory of natural selection while traveling the world on the HMS Beagle in the 1830s. After he returned to England, he spent decades developing his ideas and slowly working on a book about them. Wallace, who was born in 1823, was 14 years younger than Darwin. He was also less wealthy and less well-connected. While
he was a working class guy,
methodically shaping the theories that would make him famous, Wallace was doing some globe-trotting of his own, studying natural history in South America and the Malay Archipelago. In 1858, he wrote a letter to Darwin, already a well-known scientist at the time, outlining in detail his ideas about how species changed through time. Needless to say, Darwin was pretty shocked to get a letter from some young nobody who'd come to the exact same conclusions about evolution that he had. Now, Darwin had been working on this book for a long time, and he did not want Wallace to publish first and get all the credit, so he and his friends quickly threw together a meeting of the Linnean Society of London, an association of biologists. In the meeting, the secretary of the society presented the ideas of both men at the same time. Wallace wasn't even at the meeting because he couldn't exactly commute from the remote islands in the Indian Ocean where he was working at the time. But neither was Darwin, because his 1.5-year-old son had died just a few days beforehand. Only around 30 people actually showed up at the Linnean Society to hear the papers be presented, and no one seemed to realize the significance of what they were hearing at the time. So, why is Darwin so famous today while Wallace is so obscure?
Well, there's a number of reasons for that. We discussed this at length earlier this year. I did a whole live stream about Alfred Russel Wallace 3 months ago. My name is Danny Anduza, and I'm anyway, talking about Alfred Russell Wallace
as a scientist to be able to
background.
I can't really call this free time because this is what I get paid to do. This is how I make my living.
Yeah.
Here on Twitch, but
there you go. And Caterpillar says, "What if I refuse to evolve? Fine. No, evolution doesn't happen during creatures' lifespans. Evolution happens between generations." And I Sunder, thank you for the follow. Offspring are a little bit different from their parents. That's what evolution is. Creatures don't evolve during their lifespan. It doesn't work that way. Evolution happens between generations. So you're a little bit different from your parents, and your parents are a little bit different from your grandparents, or a little bit different from your great-grandparents. That change across generations is what evolution is. Populations do not stay the same, especially with changing conditions in their environment. Populations change. One generation will be a little bit different from their parents, and they'll either do better or worse depending on those differences. And with a big population, those differences add up, and over a long period of time, you get big changes that occur. They, you know, generation to generation, those changes are very, very small. So yeah. Anywho, back to this.
Own observations to both arrive at the same mechanism by which species evolve, natural selection. In a paper read to a meeting of scientists in London in 1858, they presented their theory of natural selection based on a series of principles.
The first key idea was that in a population of living things, natural variations will occur. And as a result of those changes, some members of the population will survive and reproduce more than others. Then they thought that those that survived and reproduced will pass on their traits to their offspring. And this meant that traits that give an individual an advantage in a certain environment will get passed on more often. As a result, more members of the population will have that trait. Therefore, gradually and over time, this will result in certain traits showing up more or less often in a population. Today, when this series of events happens within a species, we call it microevolution. It's how a single species responds to changes in the environment. On a broader scale, we call it macroevolution. This is how these changes accumulate over long periods of time to produce entirely new body
It'll never catch on,
species and the grander patterns of the diversity in the tree of life.
And one of the most incredible things about the development of the theory of evolution by natural selection...
Hey, Nerduino! How are you doing, Nerduino? Welcome, welcome. We're having a little primer on what evolution is and why it's important, because we had somebody showing up in chat and saying that they... Anyway. But yeah, it's good to have you here, Nerduino. If anybody's not yet following Nerduino, you're missing out. He also does science here on Twitch. He worked with NASA. Former NASA technologist and astronomer, according to his bio there. Very nice. And like me, he also does science outreach here on Twitch. Give him a follow if you're interested in space. You know, in the same way that we can look into the distant past and feel incredibly small, that wonderful feeling of smallness when we recognize that life has existed on our planet for close to 4 billion years. You know, you can just kind of tumble headlong into the vast history of the Earth. When you think about this, you can get that same wonderful feeling of smallness by gazing up into the heavens and thinking about how vast the universe is. And Nerduino's channel is a wonderful place to do that. So go follow Nerduino if you're not yet doing so. Yeah. Very funny Caterpillar. My goodness. Let's continue with evolution, how we know about it and why it's important.
Wallace didn't have a good explanation for how traits were passed from parent to offspring. Genetics as a field was still a long way off, and neither of them were aware of the experiments that were being done on pea plants at the time by a Czech monk named Gregor Mendel. In the 1850s, while Darwin and Wallace were putting all the puzzle pieces...
It's just a funny phrase. By a Czech monk. But yeah, Gregor Mendel was he's Czech. He was a monk. His experiments on pea plant, it's just funny, like, phonetically, that's funny. Maybe it's all the K sounds in there. K sounds are, you know, they're supposed to be the funniest of phonemes, the K sounds. Czech monk.
Gregor Mendel. In the 1850s, plants at the time by a Czech monk named Gregor Mendel. In the 1850s, while Darwin and Wallace were putting all the puzzle pieces of natural selection together, Mendel was...
Alvin and the Czech monks. There you go, Jonesy, yeah. Yeah.
Breeding peas at his monastery to try to figure out how heredity worked. And he figured out that traits didn't simply blend together when living things reproduced. Instead, only some were inherited as discrete traits by different numbers of offspring. Mendel's results were rediscovered around the turn of the 20th century, when a new generation of biologists were investigating genetics. And it was this new wave of researchers that brought our understanding of evolution to the next level.
Bingo.
One of these scientists was American biologist Thomas Hunt Morgan.
I'm not super familiar with this
Instead of
guy.
peas, he bred flies. And in 1910, he bred a fly with an...
I bet you Balint from Science Streams would be much more familiar with this guy. He's working with fruit flies. This is probably a pioneer in the field of genetics. As a paleontologist, this is kind of outside my realm of expertise. I'm not really familiar with Thomas Hunt Morgan. But, yeah. I know this kind of goes to show that, like, scientific fields have gotten so broad that no scientist is going to even know the key figures from other scientific fields. Like, there's so much to know in each of our individual fields that, you know, I'm completely unaware of this guy's existence, basically. Yeah. And yet, what he found in studying the breeding of fruit flies and the way that they passed different traits down to the next generation, that comports beautifully with what scientists from other fields have found about heredity and evolution. It's really cool how this is such a big, broad idea that even in completely unrelated fields, we're all coming to the same conclusion. Why? Because it's true.
Hunt Morgan. Instead of peas, he bred flies. And in 1910, he bred a fly with an odd trait. It had eyes that were white instead of red. What's more, he was able to breed that white-eyed trait back into the parent population. Morgan had discovered another key driver of evolution by natural selection, mutation. He realized that...
Very cool. So he kind of discovered mutation. And Kiter808 says, a giant. A Morgan is the unit of DNA measurement. Really? Holy cow. So he is like one of the foundational figures in that entire discipline then. And look at me. I've never even heard of him before. That's wild. Yeah. But yeah. Rhacodactylus says, Gregor Mendel actually sent his results to Darwin to ask his opinion of them. Darwin initially didn't think they were relevant to evolutionary theory. Yeah, Darwin actually had a copy of Gregor Mendel's book on heredity and pea plants. He had it in his library, but he never opened it. All the pages were still stuck together. It had never even been cracked open. Think about what could have happened if old Chucky D and Greg Mendel had linked up, and think about how much faster evolutionary biology would have progressed if those two had collaborated. But lived in different countries and presumably spoke different languages. Data Manson, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Paleo Ken says, we all make mistakes sometimes. Exactly. Yeah.
The fly had undergone a random change in its genes that made it different from the rest. So Morgan theorized that mutations were a source of variation in living things, and that it was the source of the variation that natural selection acted on. Beneficial mutations would be passed on, he thought, and detrimental ones would eventually disappear.
So by the early 1900s, we'd already recognized 2 of the 4 major forces of evolution. Darwin and Wallace gave us natural selection, and Morgan brought mutation into the mix. It wasn't until the 1920s...
Darwin also talked about sexual selection, which doesn't usually get enough attention, but he wrote about that in his book, The Descent of Man. Interesting stuff. It's actually distinct from natural selection. Natural selection and sexual selection can actually work in opposition to each other. The classic example of that is like the feathers of a peacock. How like the males develop this extraordinary feather display like this, which is absolutely useless and more likely to get them eaten by a tiger or another predator. So like if it's only natural selection working on these guys, that would have been bred out. You would not have this. Except that it's very, very attractive to peahens, to the female of the peafowl species. And so males that have this are more likely to reproduce, even though they're also more likely to get eaten by a predator. And so you've got natural selection and sexual selection kind of butting heads like this, you know, fighting with each other. And that's something that Darwin recognized back in the 1860s or 70s. So yeah. Anyway, I kind of wish they would have mentioned that in this video, but that's okay. Yeah.
20s that 2 of the 4 major forces of evolution. Darwin and Wallace gave us natural selection
and sexual selection.
And Morgan brought mutation into the mix. It wasn't until the 1920s that things would really start to come together through the work of 3 of the founders of the field of population genetics: Ronald Aylmer Fisher, John Burden Sanderson Haldane, and Sewell Wright.
JPS Haldane.
Fisher and Haldane both looked at natural selection mathematically, especially in large populations, using Mendel's ideas about inheritance to figure out how often and how fast natural selection worked on
I don't know how to do that
variations.
side squatch. But welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Let me know if you got any questions.
To figure out how often and how fast natural selection worked on variations. It was Haldane who did the math that explained the transition of England's famous peppered moths, in which a gene for dark color spread quickly as pollution darkened the bark of the trees they lived on. Studies like this led Fisher and Haldane to conclude that natural selection acted slowly, but uniformly in large populations.
Meanwhile, in the US, a geneticist named Sewell Wright was thinking about how evolution worked in smaller, more isolated populations. He did some research breeding animals like cattle.
And again, this is really important because, like, I'm trying to get the point across here by showing this video that, I don't know, when you get, like, creationists, like the way that, I don't know, some of the stuff that I was taught growing up is that, like, oh, you know, evolution is just Charles Darwin, and he was wrong about a lot of stuff back then, and that's all, everybody just accepts it now for some reason. No, this has been an ongoing field of research for like almost 200 years at this point. You know, old Chucky D, he had some good ideas, but he was also wrong about some things. That's just the beginning of this. We have been studying evolution for like 200 years at this point. And there have been hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of scientists who have devoted their lives to studying this and finding out how it works, all of these intricate little details. It has been this huge ongoing, it's been the main focus of biology basically for the past 200 years. You know? Like Theodore Dobzhansky said famously, nothing in biology makes sense except in the light of evolution. He's totally correct. This has been the main focus of the biological sciences basically since, you know, for the past 200 years. And I work on evolution. Basically, most biologists work on this kind of thing. Paleontologists, ornithologists, mammalogists, people who study fungi and bacteria and plants and everything else. You know, we're all studying this from different angles. And Yeah. Yeah.
In smaller,
very funny
isolated
paleo
populations. He did some research breeding animals like cattle and guinea pigs, but it was his mathematical studies of genetics that led him to uncover another key idea: genetic drift. This is the idea that the frequency at which certain genes appear will sometimes change totally by chance and randomly. And Sewell found that this has a greater effect in smaller populations than in larger ones.
Makes sense.
Another somewhat related idea that came up around this time in the late 1930s is gene flow, the movement of genes between populations by way of migration. So when members of one population of a species, say panthers from Texas, breed with members of another population, like panthers in Florida, that will change the makeup of the gene pool in the Florida population. And this too is a driving force of evolutionary change. Together, the work of Fisher, Haldane, and Wright showed that natural selection acting on genes was the most likely explanation for how evolution works.
And in 1937, another biologist brought together all of the evidence from genetics and natural history to show how evolution by natural selection could produce new species. And this enabled us to make an enormous conceptual jump from microevolution to macroevolution. His name was Theodosius Dobzhansky, and
that's the same guy I was talking about earlier with that quote. That they might even bring up the quote. Nothing in biology makes sense except in the light of evolution.
he had worked in Hunt's fly lab. He'd found that fly populations from different countries seemed to be genetically different, even though they were considered to be the same species. But these flies weren't so good at reproducing with each other, so he wondered if they were actually different species. And this took the scientific conversation all the way back to the 1800s, and the once novel idea that evolution could eventually, gradually, produce new species. From his experiments, Dobzhansky produced a theory about how new species originate. Mutations happen naturally in populations, creating variations that can stick around if they're beneficial or just neutral. And if populations are isolated, these variations can remain within a single group, with new mutations popping up. But none of these would spread to the rest of the species. Over time, this would make one group genetically distinct from others, potentially causing problems if it tried to interbreed with others. And given enough time, it would lose the ability to interbreed with other populations entirely. It would become a new species.
This was the beginning of the modern synthesis, a collaboration by many evolutionary biologists of the time to explain large-scale patterns of evolution. And while the modern synthesis has changed over time, it's still the framework for our current understanding of how evolution works. In 1953, we added a better understanding of how genetics works through the discovery of the structure of DNA and how it functions. So now we know that mutations randomly happen when DNA is copied incorrectly during replication, something that Morgan didn't know.
Now we also know that natural selection is only one of the mechanisms of evolution, along with mutation, genetic drift, and gene flow. And it's this knowledge that allows us to witness microevolution taking place today, like in studies of bacteria that become resistant to antibiotics. It also helps us understand the story that the specimens around us right now are trying to tell us, the story of macroevolution. With this understanding, we can see how Pezosiren, an aquatic mammal displayed in this hall, is related to the more recent Metaxytherium. Separated by some 30 million years, these mammals lost their hind limbs and acquired flippers instead of feet. And today, their closest living relatives are the manatees and the dugongs.
Places like the Deep Time Hall show us evolution at work, with specimens that take us from the most ancient fossil ancestors to transitional forms all the way to the organisms we know today. In less than 200 years, scientific study has completely revolutionized our understanding of the constantly changing nature of life. We've been able to see how organisms are shaped by their environments to better survive and reproduce there. And we've learned that time is a key component of evolution. And that's why a D-Day in the Konstantin Haza studio, and an extra big thanks to our current Eon.
Yeah, good stuff. It's funny that I've got a plugin that skips the ads in videos. And here's a link to that if you'd like to watch it. Again, or bookmark it or whatever. But evolution is the fundamental concept in all of life science. I'll finish up this part of the discussion by saying that I don't know, sometimes you hear like creationists and other people go, oh, well, you know, this is just scientists who are, you know, they're trying to uphold this paradigm and nobody's allowed to question this orthodoxy. It's like a religion. They're not allowed to question it.
It's squashed completely flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dur, dur, dur in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Woot, 9 months and
Dur,
hello.
Thank you, Cast Me Out Black, for the 9 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. What was I saying here? Oh yeah. Sometimes you'll hear like creationists or other people like that. People who like don't want to accept that living things change over time. You hear a lot of projection from them. They'll be like, "Oh, well, scientists aren't allowed to think that living things don't change over time, or, you know, they're unwilling to hear any other ideas," and that is completely backwards and untrue. Shoot. Science is one of these things where if a young researcher can turn over an old idea, if they can disprove an idea that's been around for a long time, holy cow, that would make them a superstar. They would be set for life if they could overturn an old idea. If they could disprove something that everybody thinks they know through new discoveries or new reasoning, new data, new testing of hypotheses, they would absolutely be... They'd be part of the pantheon of like the greatest scientists of all time if they could do that. If evolution were not true, and I could disprove it, I'd be like the most famous person in the world. You know? The reason why it hasn't been disproven, the reason why nobody tries to do that, except for, like, creationists who don't know what they're talking about, is that it's true, is that we observe it. Every piece of evidence that we have, from the fossil record, from modern genetics, from basically everything in life sciences, points to the idea that living things change over time. It is the most fundamental idea in all of biology. So I hope I've made my point there. I hope that makes sense. I hope everybody, I don't know, hope you either learned something or at least weren't too bored as we reviewed things that we've gone over before. Yeah, and there you have it. Let's get into T-Rex brains now, shall we? Yeah, come at me, bro, scientifically. Exactly, mushrooms are dead. That's how it works. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's get rid of some of these tabs here. And the whole reason that we're talking about T-Rex brains is because a new paper just came out. And in science, like, people put forth an idea and then other people try and disprove it. That is exactly what we're talking about right now. So, there is this idea that this scientist put forward. She's a neurologist, I believe. She put this out, I think, about a year ago. This idea that Tyrannosaurus Rex, T-Rex, would have been an extraordinarily intelligent animal, as intelligent as modern primates, because it had a lot of neurons in its brain. So let's take a look at this first. Then we'll take a look at some of the pushback on this idea from other scientists, people who actually work on dinosaurs, because she doesn't. Very well-produced video.
What if I could tell you how many neurons you would have found in the brain of T-Rex, the royal tyrant lizard who reigned pretty much unchallenged until an asteroid hit the Earth 65 million years ago? You would...
Again, it's actually 66 million years ago. It's been well over a decade that we've known this. The fact that they still got it wrong here, they're not specialists in this field, you know? Put a red flag.
You would probably ask, how could you possibly know? And also, why do I care? Two perfectly good questions. But let me start with the actual news. According to a brand new study by Susanna Herculano Huzel, that's me, Theropod dinosaurs, that's the biped, fast-running dinosaurs like T-Rex, were the primates of their time with as many neurons in their telencephalon as you find in a modern monkey.
And somebody in chat, I think it was Tommy Ploticus, basically said, well, how big of a monkey? Which before we got this big raid, it reminded me of a moment from The Simpsons. There was an episode where the town of Springfield, which is the hometown in The Simpsons, they have to have a new area code for half the town because the town's population isn't increased, and everybody's upset about it. They're like, an area code, we gotta have area codes now. Like, this is a big change. We don't want this. They're supposed to remember 3 extra numbers, and then so you have this cartoon that showed to the town. Yeah.
Well, scientists have discovered that even monkeys can memorize 10 numbers. Are you stupider than a monkey? How big of a monkey?
I don't know what it is about that I find so funny. I mean, I think it's that you have the police chief that's like speaking to the screen, responding. Like, I might be stupider than a monkey. I mean, how big of a monkey?
Monkeys can memorize 10 numbers. Are you stupider than a monkey? How big of a monkey?
Anyway, but that's actually pertinent because...
I'm not going to believe this, but I'm turning into...
What? Birds are dead on? Tell me.
A dinosaur.
Almost a whole year feels okay, man.
Thank you for the 25 months. That is almost a whole year, Birds. Thank you, Birds. I appreciate you. Thank you for having good humor and supporting this channel. I appreciate you. Anyway, King Kong must have been a genius, says Scatterpiggle. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is that body size actually does matter. If you're a big animal like a Tyrannosaurus, when you're full grown, you need to have more neurons even if you're not necessarily that bright. The bigger you are, the more neurons you need to kind of control your body. You know, your brain has to scale with the rest of your body to a certain extent. So yes, Tyrannosaurus may have had more neurons than, say, a baboon, but it's also a much, much bigger animal. So, yeah. And Arg says, what's the difference between a monkey and an ape again? I always forget. I would tell you, but it's a long tail, Arg. No, the real answer is it doesn't really matter that much. Apes are essentially a kind of monkey, you know? Yeah, so like, monkeys don't have tails. Monkeys have tails and apes don't. That's not always true. There are some tailless apes, or excuse me, there are some apes with tails, and there are some monkeys without tails, I think. Anyway, apes are basically a kind of monkey. Hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing? It's good to see you here. Are you stupider than a monkey? Oh, I don't know, but I know monkeys don't get treats, and you do. Do you want some treats, Mini Pie? Would you like that? Let's have a close-up here. With Ms. Mini Pie. Hello. With our cat cam here. Yeah. Murph says monkeys don't get treats, but they can sure take them. Not around here. We do not let monkeys into this house. Because we have cats instead. Yeah. I don't know if Mini Pie would get along very well with a monkey. What do you think, Mini Pie? What do you think? Maybe you would. We as human beings are basically descended from the same ancestors as modern monkeys. So maybe you would. Maybe you would, but I don't know. I don't know if monkeys would put up with your shenanigans as much as I do. What do you think? What do you think? Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, let's get some treats for you. Let's get some treats for you. Would you like that? Would you like that? Look, you can rub up on the camera too. Yeah, you like doing that. Yeah. Oh. All right. Let's get you some treats. Ooh, you know that sound. There we go. Enjoy, Mini Pie. Enjoy. How is that? That pretty good? Yeah. And Mayor Space's monkeys would not make good pets. We have a limited list of domestic animals that are acceptable at home commitment. Exactly, Mayor Space. I agree. I remember my old crew chief, Denver Fowler, had a rant about this. I remember he had a rant about how you could tell that
Extinction is no shame, no sign of disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually
Just in time for cat
eventually
camp.
become extinct. And yes, indeed, Cryo Gaijin, thank you so much for the 7 months of support. I do really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me online for the past 7 months. Good stuff. My old crew chief, Denver Fowler, I remember him going on a long rant about how you could tell that... He was mad. How you could tell that Justin Bieber was an evil person. And he's like, Justin Bieber, did you see him with that monkey? He bought that monkey. That monkey was too young. It needs its mother. And he thinks it's a pet. And he had a point. You know, he had a point. There was a thing with... let me find it. Yeah. Where he apparently purchased a pet monkey. Yeah. Anyway, they need other monkeys around them in order to have to be happy and healthy. And like he bought one that was so young that... Anyway. Yeah. Just not a good thing to do, you know? Not a good thing to do.
The infant, the adult.
Rothgar?
Ontogeny.
23 months is like a year and a few days.
One way of looking at it, Rothgar, yeah. Thank you for your ongoing support. That means a lot to me, Rothgar. You're almost 1 year of support, or like a year and a few days of support. Thank you, Rothgar. Anyway, and Oops Kaput says, please ask everyone you know to not buy exotic birds. Millions are taken from Brazil illegally. Yeah, Oops Kaputs. I'm a big proponent of not owning exotic animals just for kicks and giggles. It's not a good idea in general. Yeah, that's an official paleontologizing stance right there. And creatures that don't belong in your home, don't bring them into your home. You know? Likewise, critters like cats, keep them in your home. Don't let them outside where they can kill birds and
try blaming
lizards
the dinosaurs.
and in turn get killed by coyotes and cars and people in your neighborhood. There is oh man. I don't want to spoil the mood, so I will not tell you what the libertarian guy down the street from me when I lived in Montana used to claim that he did to cats. I never actually saw it happen, but it's like, oh, it's my property. Your cat comes on my property, your cat becomes my property. Cook them up. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Ricodactylus says, please don't share. Yeah. Anywho. Back to Tyrannosaurus. And baboons.
T-Rex in particular had baboon-like numbers of neurons in its telencephalon. If you don't think that's very impressive, think of scheming monkeys that can swarm on you and trick you and steal food from your hands. But now make this creature of monkey-like smarts get bigger than an elephant with big claws on its feet and gigantic teeth that could pierce right through you. That is very much the stuff of nightmares for me. So how can I say that when there are no dinosaur brains around?
Well, it's because there are dinosaur brains around. We have endocasts. We could figure out what... Shoot, I used to have a 3D printed T-Rex brain here in my office. But it kind of fell apart, and I haven't printed a new one yet. But here, take a look at this. This is the file that you can get at Sketchfab for free. If you've got a 3D printer at home, you can print this. There you go. This is a T-Rex brain right here. We know what the size and shape of Tyrannosaurus's brain was. We can find different things like the semicircular canal of the inner ear. That tells us what angle the animal held its head at. So we can tell what the natural angle of a T-Rex head would be while it was awake. We can look at the cerebral hemisphere of the brain. We can look at things like the olfactory bulbs that show that this animal had a truly killer sense of smell, like absolutely freakishly large olfactory bulbs that show that this animal had an extraordinary sense of smell. You know, we can get a good sense for what the animal's brain would actually look like while it was alive, you know? And there you go, Oops Kapoots, yes. I'll probably be showing that same clip I showed last time here, too, in a little bit. But yeah.
Round, preserved in a freezer somewhere that I could turn into...
Spared no expense.
And
MMLE
Emily,
gifted a tier 1
thank you
sub
for
to
gifting Grand Blue.
100.
I appreciate that,
This
Emily.
is the first gift sub in the channel.
That is charitable of you, Emily. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Let's continue.
Soup, which is how I figure out how many neurons different brains are made of. Because dinosaurs actually...
And Victorious, thank you for the 6 gift subs. I appreciate that very much, Victorious.
Victorious
thank
is
you.
getting serious with those 6 gift subs.
Thank you, Victorious. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for your generosity. There's 6 people in the chat. Won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days. I will be in the field by the time they have to worry about any ads. Thank you, Victorious. Good stuff. And send me an email, Clipper. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Lordy says, wait.
How many neurons different brains are made of. Because
Hang on.
there are no dinosaur brains around, preserved in a freezer somewhere that I could turn into soup, which is...
Is brain soup a thing?
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Great content. Thanks.
Thank you, Kuiter, for the 100 bits and the kind words. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Maybe she doesn't mean culinary soup. Maybe she means... Is that a way that neurologists actually use to like, figure out how many neurons are in a brain? Does you liquefy it? I don't know. I'm not a neurologist. This is outside of my realm of expertise, outside of my field. Yeah. And, Lordy said, why would she turn some old brain into soup? You're the culinary expert, Lordy. I don't know. I'm not really a meat guy. I don't know what non-vegetarians do. Are you eating brain soup all the time? Is there cans of Campbell's brain soup that... Is this... Is this a thing? that I'm not aware of as a vegetarian?
Ew.
Probably is, you know? I don't know. Yeah. Let's continue.
How I figure out how many neurons different brains are somewhere that I could turn into soup, which is how I figure out how many neurons different brains are made of.
Okay, so I guess the neurologist will liquefy different brains to figure out how many neurons are inside? That's probably a gross oversimplification that she's giving for a lay audience. I'm sure it's much more complex than that. There's a lot more details. Yeah.
Because dinosaurs actually still exist. That's right. Technically,
birds.
Modern birds are still dinosaurs.
She's right.
They're descendants of the ones that outlived that asteroid that hit the Earth 65 million years ago.
66 million years ago.
And killed all large creatures on land, making way for the small mammals and some land-dwelling bird-like creatures that already existed then. So, if you can...
Not bird-like creatures, they were birds. Birds already existed at the time. Oh, boy. I would have made some changes to this script as a paleontologist if I were asked to do so, you know? Yeah. She dissolves the structural tissues to count the neurons. Is that right, Spartan? Interesting. Yeah. But yeah, and birds are pretty bird-like, if you ask me. Some would say they're the most bird-like creatures. Brachydactylus, yeah. Agreed.
Figure out how many neurons go into a bird brain of a certain size. And you can figure out what size was the brain of different bird-like dinosaurs. Then you can do the math and estimate how many neurons a dinosaur brain had.
But there's some underlying assumptions in here, and she might talk about those.
But first, you have to have good reason to believe that the same proportionality that applies to birds already applied to dinosaurs like T-Rex, which is what I just did. In a paper published in early January of 23 in the Journal of Comparative Neurology, I show that dinosaurs cannot be treated like a mixed bag of creatures like they used to be treated. Theropods and ornithischians and sauropod morphs thrown in the same bag as if they were all the same thing, which was how scientists had previously thought that dinosaurs were mesotherms, meaning neither cold-blooded like modern lizards, ectotherms, nor warm-blooded like birds, endotherms.
We were talking about this earlier in today's stream. We were talking about how different groups of dinosaurs seem to have had different kind of metabolic regimes. The sauropods, the long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs, and the theropods, the two-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs, they seem to have been endothermic. Like elevated metabolic rates, they were warm-blooded. Whereas, well, honestly, most of the ornithischian dinosaurs were also warm-blooded, but some of them may not have been, like stegosaurs. Yeah. Anywho.
But dinosaurs separate so neatly if only you're willing to accept that not all dinosaurs are the same, just like not all mammals are the same and not all birds are the same. Why should they? So, if you compare the brain and body size of different dinosaur species like I did, you find out that some, like a gigantic quadruped dinosaur, had just the brain size that you would expect for a cold-blooded modern
just ask
lizard.
This scientician. He'll tell you that in nature...
Erdem Op, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
Like all the biped T-Rex-like theropods had just the brain size that you would expect for the species of birds that can be traced back to pre-asteroid times.
Regbog asks a really good question. Erdem Op, thank you for the wink. Good to have you here. This actually has to do with our discussion here, so let me answer that question. Are trilobites dinosaurs? No. No, very much no. Trilobites are kind of crustacean. So they're not even vertebrate animals. They're totally on a different part of the animal family tree. But the way that we classify living things as scientists is based on their ancestry. It's based on evolution. Classification wouldn't work if evolution didn't work. again, we were talking about evolution earlier and how it's the most fundamental concept in all of biology. That goes for phylogeny as well, classification. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from the earliest dinosaur ancestor. A critter pretty similar to like Eoraptor, right here. And so if you evolved from this ancestor, you are a dinosaur. If you didn't, you are not a dinosaur. So obviously trilobites did not evolve from this ancestor. They're not dinosaurs. Nor the pterosaurs, even though they're very close. The flying reptiles, pterosaurs, aka pterodactyls. These are, they're very close cousins to the dinosaurs without being dinosaurs themselves. Crocodilians are a little bit more distant, like our modern crocs and gators, caimans and gharials, etc. They're relatives of dinosaurs, but they didn't evolve from that dinosaur ancestor. They do share an ancestor with dinosaurs, fairly recently. And the further back in time you go, lizards are even further from dinosaurs, because you got to go back even further to find their common ancestor with the dinosaurs. Ichthyosaurs, even further back, we think. Mammals, even further back. We mammals share a common ancestor with dinosaurs. You got to go way, way, way back to like 350 million years ago, something like that, to get to our common ancestor. You could do this for all life on Earth. All life on Earth originated from a single common ancestor about something close to like 4 billion years ago, we think. We don't have the exact date yet. We're working on getting closer. And so the relatedness of different living things is based on how recently they diverged, how recently their ancestors split into different species. So, to get to us humans, for instance, go to the great apes here on the mammal, within the mammal family tree, on the big mammal limb of the tree of vertebrate life. So yeah, we're part of the great apes. So about 8 million years ago, we shared an ancestor with the African apes. 6 million years ago, we shared an ancestor with chimps and bonobos. And there's us right there. You can go back further and further out, from the great apes to just the apes. 18 million years ago, we shared an ancestor with them. 25 million years ago, we shared an ancestor with the old world monkeys and apes. Go back further in time to get to monkeys and apes, apes and tarsiers, primates. Then to the Euarchontan mammals. And then the rodents, primates, and more, the Euarchontoglires, and back further and further and further until you get to the very origins of life itself. Pretty cool, right? How great are our apes? They're pretty, I'd say they're great, Sanathon. But yeah. Anywho. So that's how we classify living things as scientists, is based on their ancestry. When we say that living things are related to each other, we mean they're related to each other. They share a common ancestor in the same way that you and your siblings, if you have siblings, you share a common ancestor, your parents. You and your cousins are a little bit more distant, so your common ancestor is a little bit further back. Your grandparents, you have the same grandparents as your cousins. And so on and so forth, you know? So yeah, anyway, let's continue with this.
Which makes it very reasonable to expect that the same scaling rules that apply to the brains of these modern birds like ostriches and emus and chickens also applied to the brains of T-Rex and its cousins. Which means that you can do the math, like I did, and calculate how many neurons these dinosaurs had, which was as many as primates today have. Why is that important? Because primates are these relatively small animals that carry a very large number of neurons in their brains, the largest amongst mammals.
And is it really the largest amongst mammals, or is it just relatively? I think whales have got more neurons than primates do. I think cetaceans in general, dolphins, other odontocete whales, and also the mysticete whales, humpback whales, and blue whales, they've got pretty huge brains. They've got a lot of neurons in there. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're smarter than a baboon, does it?
We're talking a couple billion neurons here. To have that many neurons, either you're a huge mammal like an elephant, a whale, or at least a giraffe, or else you're a primate. Or you're a crow or a parrot, even if your brain is not huge. Or you're one of those earliest birds like these theropod dinosaurs with a primate-sized brain. In any case, this means that very large numbers of brain neurons are not a modern invention. If neurons are the building blocks of intelligence, then creatures with primate-like intelligence already existed in the...
Oh, terrible stock images here. Ugh. They've got like a Zuniceratops next to Saurolophus, next to Tyrannosaur. Oh boy, Pteranodon.
Pre-asteroid world, and they were called dinosaurs. So yeah, not dumb lizards, more like mean, smart, flexible thinking killing machines. And here's the kicker. Since I discovered a couple years ago that with more neurons in the cerebral cortex comes a longer life when you're a warm-blooded animal,
Radar Tombsna says neurons don't prevent pigs from being eaten by humans. That's true, but also the number of neurons that humans have don't prevent them from being eaten by pigs. There are more people every year who are killed and eaten by pigs than are killed and eaten by sharks. Pigs kill and eat a lot of people every year. It's pretty wild. Pigs can be dangerous animals. There are a lot of farmers who get killed and eaten by pigs every year around the world. Yeah.
I can also estimate that if a T-Rex had about as many telencephalic neurons as a baboon has today, then it probably had a similar life history as a baboon. It took about 5 years to reach sexual maturity, and it lived as much as 40 years.
And it would have probably taken T-Rex longer than 5 years to reach sexual maturity. This is not trying to estimate life history, trying to like draw a proxy there. To be able to like map out the life history of an organism based on the number of neurons does not work. This is not like... How do we actually figure out the life history? You study the life history. You look at the histology like we were talking about. We were talking about histo earlier, cutting open the bones and looking at like different milestones in life based on those growth rings in the bones. That's how you actually test this. You don't do it through like some sort of, number guesswork through the number of neurons that you estimate here. There's like multiple, you've got so many different assumptions that you're making here.
That's 40 years to use all those neurons. Modern birds with that many neurons, which are parrots and crows, can also solve problems and create their own tools and build their own culture, which means that T-Rex already had what it takes to do all that.
And that is a bold claim right there, that Tyrannosaurus would have been as intelligent as a modern parrot or something, would have had culture, would have had tool use. It's an interesting idea. But does it actually hold up? That brings us to this here. T-Rex, an intelligent tool user and culture builder? Not so fast, says new U of A research. Science recently proposed a truly horrifying thought. Well, not science in general, but a researcher recently proposed a truly terrifying thought. The T-Rex, that should be lowercase style, perhaps the most fearsome predator to walk the earth, was also smart enough to use tools, hunt in packs, and pass down knowledge. Yikes. But a new paper throws cold water on these dinosaur fever dreams. They were very bold claims, needed a second look, said Christian Gutierrez, University of Alberta neuroscientist and co-author of a paper in the Anatomical Record that takes a skeptical view of the intelligent Tyrannosaurus theory. I would call that a hypothesis, not a theory, but yeah. Susanna Horcolano Hausel, who we just saw speaking. Vanderbilt University published a research in 2023 that took data on the number of neurons in the brains of evolutionary descendants of some dinosaurs, such as modern birds, but also reptiles and turtles, which are not descendants of dinosaurs, and applied them to the fossilized brain cases of ancient lizards. Ancient lizards? This is not a well-written article. We're gonna ditch this one. I've got another one right here. Hopefully this is better written, from the LA Times. Canadian Press or whatever there. Sorry, that's not great. Not good science journalism. Let's hope this is better, from the Los Angeles Times. Canny is a crocodile, but dumber than a baboon. New research ponders T-Rex's brain power. In December 2022, Vanderbilt University neuroscientist Susana Herculano Hosel published a paper that caused an uproar in the dinosaur world. After analyzing previous research on fossilized dinosaur brain cavities and the neuron counts of birds and other related living animals, this is already better. Herculano Hosel extrapolated that the fearsome Tyrannosaurus rex may have had more than 3 billion neurons, more than a baboon. As a result, she argued the predators could have been smart enough to make and use tools and form social cultures akin to those seen in present-day primates. The original Jurassic Park films spooked audiences by imagining velociraptors smart enough to open doors. Herculano Hosel's paper describes T-Rex as essentially wily enough to sharpen their own shivs. The bold claims made headlines and almost immediately attracted scrutiny and skepticism from paleontologists. In a paper published Monday in the Anatomical Record, an international team of paleontologists, neuroscientists, and behavioral scientists argued that Herculano Hosel's assumptions about brain cavity size and corresponding neuron counts were off base. True T-Rex intelligence, the scientists say, was probably much closer to that of modern-day crocodiles than primates. A perfectly respectable amount of smarts for a theropod to have. What needs to be emphasized is that reptiles are certainly not as dim-witted as is commonly believed, said Kai Kaspar, a biologist at Heinrich Heine University, Dusseldorf, and co-author of the paper. So whereas there is no reason to assume that T-Rex had primate-like habits, it was certainly a behaviorally sophisticated animal. Brain tissue doesn't fossilize, so researchers examined the shape and size of a brain cavity in fossilized dinosaur skulls to deduce what their brains may have been like. And we were looking at that earlier with that endocast of a T-Rex brain. Not only do we know the shape and size of the brain, we also know what the different nerves would have looked like.
Would be powerless before the onslaught of the beast. The beast.
The what? The what? I didn't catch it, Dino Wolf. I'm sorry, say it again? The what? The who? I'm sorry, I keep talking over it, Dino Wolf. But thank you for the 12 months of
12
support.
months for amazing content.
I really appreciate that, Dino Wolf. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. There we go. So in their analysis, the authors took issue with Herculano Hosel's assumption that dinosaur brains filled their skull cavities in a proportion similar to bird brains. Herculano Hosel's analysis posited that T-Rex brains occupied most of their brain cavity, analogous to that of the modern-day ostrich. But there's a problem there. Ostriches had volant ancestors. Ostriches evolved from bird ancestors who could fly. And when you're a flying bird, holy cow, have you got to do a lot of crazy things to, like, make yourself lightweight enough to be able to fly. There's a lot of, like, optimizations that have to occur, a lot of efficiencies that need to be evolved in order to be a powered flyer like modern birds. Birds have extraordinarily specialized skeletons. It's like almost everything about a bird is engineered for flight. It is evolved specifically for being as lightweight, but also as strong as possible. Lightweight and strong. Lightweight and strong. That's a bird's motto there, if we're talking about bird anatomy. And so having a brain that is just basically pressing on the inside of the skull, because you want to have a small skull that's super lightweight, there's not a lot of wiggle room there. Basically, you shrink your head to the point where it's like your brain is taking up your whole brain cavity, your whole, brain case. Other animals don't do that. They don't need to, because they're not flying, Dinosaur brain cases most closely resemble those of modern-day reptiles, like crocodiles, Kaspar said. For animals like crocodiles, brain matter only occupies about 30 to 50% of the brain cavity. Though brain size isn't a perfect predictor of neuron numbers, certainly not for birds, a much smaller organ would have far fewer than the 3 billion neurons that Herculano Hausel projected. T-Rex does come out as the biggest brain dinosaur we studied, and the biggest one not closely related to modern birds, but we couldn't find the 2 to 3 billion neurons she found, even under our most generous estimates, said co-author Thomas Holtz, vertebrate paleontologist at the University of Maryland, College Park. So Tom Holtz works on tyrannosaurs. He's one of the most well-known tyrannosaur researchers in the world. I'll say that. What's more, the research team argued, neuron counts aren't an ideal indicator of an animal's intelligence. Giraffes have roughly the same number of neurons that crows and baboons have, Holtz pointed out, but they don't use tools or display complex social behavior in the way that those species do. Because that's not what neurons are for, necessarily. If you've got a big body, you gotta have a lot of neurons. Obviously, in broad strokes, you need more neurons to create more thoughts and memories and solve problems, Holtz said. But the sheer number of neurons in an animal can't tell you how the animal will use them. Neuronal counts really are comparable to the storage capacity and active memory on your laptop, but cognition and behavior is more like the operating system, he said. I like that analogy. That neuron counts is like, how big the hard drive you got. But cognition and behavior are more like the operating system. Not all animal brains are running the same software. Based on CT scan reconstructions, the T-Rex brain was probably a long tube that had very little in terms of the cortical expansion that you see in the primate or modern bird, said paleontologist Luis Chiappe, director of the Dinosaur Institute at the NHM Los Angeles. The argument that a T-Rex would have been as intelligent as a primate, no, he says. That makes no sense to me. He was not involved in this study, but they contacted him for this article, because it is the Los Angeles Times, and he's their local paleontologist there who works on dinosaurs. The argument that, like many paleontologists, Chiappe and his colleagues at the Dinosaur Institute were skeptical of Herculano Hausel's original conclusions. The new paper is more consistent with previous understandings of dinosaur anatomy and intelligence, he said. I'm delighted to see that my simple study using solid data published by paleontologists opened the way for new studies, Herculano Hausel said in an email. Readers should analyze the evidence and draw their own conclusions. That's what science is about. Agreed. Yeah, she's right. That is what science is about. But, it's not readers who determine what's true and what's not. It's testing that does. So, to a certain extent, it's like, who cares what readers think? What does the science show? When thinking about the inner life of T-Rex, the most important takeaway is that reptilian intelligence is in fact far more sophisticated than our species often assumes, scientists said. These animals engage in play, are capable of being trained, and even show excitement when they see their owners, Holtz said. I guess talking about modern reptiles. What we found doesn't mean that T-Rex was a mindless automaton. I'm glad he clarified this. But neither was it going to organize a Triceratops rodeo or pass down stories of the duckbill that was that big but got away. Bless you, Thomas Holtz. That's a great way to end the article. Got a good sense of humor. Anyway, here is a link to this article right here. And it's interesting stuff. It's interesting stuff. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I always rankle when members of the general public say, oh, dinosaurs were really stupid and that's why they died out. completely untrue. Completely untrue. When T-Rex was walking around in its environment, it would have been probably one of the most intelligent animals walking around at the time. It probably would have been as smart, or maybe smarter, than our ancestors who lived at the time. Little mammals, little mouse-like, rat-like, vole-like, or possum-like critters who were trying to eke out an existence in the shadow of the dinosaurs, like T-Rex. Dinosaurs like Troodon were probably more intelligent than Tyrannosaurus. They had fairly large, sophisticated brains as well, but this idea that Tyrannosaurs were like, you know, using tools like this, that Tyrannosaurs were doing this, it's a neat idea, but we don't have strong evidence of that necessarily. I love this illustration of two T-Rex, you know, using tools to turn over an ankylosaur to try and get to that soft underbelly. But, yeah. Here's Darenatia's thoughts on this. Darenatia, you might recognize him from, Prehistoric Planets. Yeah.
T-Rex is part of a group of dinosaurs called the theropods. That's the predatory dinosaurs. And one of the key features of this group of dinosaurs is they had large, very muscular, bird-like hind limbs, which were mostly built for walking and running.
Anyway, that's Darenatia right there. And here is his blog, Tetrapod Zoology. It's probably part of the reason why he got that gig for consulting on Prehistoric Planet. But yeah, he says, a recent claim posits that T-Rex and dinosaurs like it were as intelligent and cerebrally complex as anthropoid primates, and that tool use was a plausible aspect of their behavior. In this reconstruction, two Tyrannosaur individuals cooperate while using a tree trunk as a tool, capturing and subduing an ankylosaur. And Andrew S. Miniar drew this. I love that. Love this illustration here. Ah. But did they actually do this? I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if we'll go over this whole thing here. But it's definitely thought-provoking. When did he publish this? What's the date on this? Okay, this just came out. Excellent. Anywho, let's see if there's an in conclusion. Right here. Yeah. T-Rex and other similar animals were not on par with avian or mammalian tool users. They were not big-brained, and they didn't possess billions of neurons within the telencephalon of their brain. Does this make them any less interesting, or any less sophisticated or complex than we conventionally imagine them? Definitely not, he says. So just because dinosaurs like T-Rex may not have been as brainy as baboons, I don't think makes them any less formidable or interesting. They didn't need to develop things like tools. This is a huge multi-ton predator. This is an animal as big as a bus walking around when it's full grown, surveying its territory, killing and eating other animals within its environment, communicating with other members of its species to the extent that they did so. You know, at least to mate and you know, pass on their genes to the next generation. These are incredibly interesting animals. They don't have to be super intelligent in order for us to be fascinated by them. In order for them to have been tremendously successful, because they were. There's every reason to think that if dinosaurs had not been wiped out by that asteroid at the end of the Cretaceous period, we would never have evolved. We wouldn't be here today if it hadn't been for that freak accident. And in talking about that, I found a clip. Claire Burr, thank you so much for putting this online. Claire Burr's been very, very busy putting a bunch of these VODs up on YouTube from when I was in the field and doing museum live streams and stuff over the past few years. Take a look at this. Here's Jim Kirkland talking about the idea of intelligence.
Things to feed on them.
Now, that's something I think doesn't...
when the seeds are mature.
Exactly, yeah. Something that doesn't get discussed enough is that for most of our history as mammals, we were kind of under the boot of dinosaurs. For
absolutely.
150 million years. We've only had 66 million years of freedom, basically. So yeah, like all that time, losing color vision and like, yeah, it really shaped our evolution in some really interesting ways.
As mammals,
absolutely, It's, you know, I mean, it's...
Well, shoot, what I'm talking about here is that during the age of dinosaurs, mammals mostly looked like, you know, mostly looked like this. Our ancestors, like the first mammals, evolved around the same time that the first dinosaurs did. At least you had mammalia forms that evolved before the first dinosaurs, and they kind of lived in an environment in a their state of being was being suppressed by their dinosaur overlords, I guess you could say, to oversimplify things, anthropomorphize them a bit. Some lovely art from Paleostream here, by the way. Follow Paleostream here on Twitch if you want to see some live streams of a real-life paleo artist who does some of his illustrations right here on Twitch live. Basically, our ancestors for the entire age of the dinosaurs were small, mostly furtive little creatures kind of living in the shadows, living in burrows, maybe coming out at night. This is for like 150 million years. Mammals basically didn't get any bigger than like, I don't know, a badger. Most of them were so small that they were like mice. It was only after the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for a handful of birds, that you had the evolution of mammal groups like, and mammal morphologies like horses and monkeys and bears and bats and whales and camels, you know, rhinos, and none of these critters existed during the age of the dinosaurs. Mammals were little squeaky things before that happened. And so if that hadn't happened, if that asteroid hadn't hit, well, Jim's going to talk about that.
You know, dinosaurs, I personally think if there was no asteroid impact, dinosaurs would have landed on the moon at least by the Oligocene, maybe late Eocene, Stegodonts, had large brains, free hands, 3 fingers, but still free hands.
Do you think they're actually getting smarter throughout the Cretaceous, though?
Oh, yeah,
you
everything.
talk about the Utah raptor having a really big brain.
You look at any lineage of animals, with time, extinction like resets the clock, but it doesn't go to zero.
Sure.
It sets it back some, but, locomotive adaptions improve over time. Sensory adaptions improve over time. Mental.
And it's, at the time, I was sitting here going like, oh, Jim, is this really, I don't know, this idea of like progress in evolution. I've been, over the years, I've learned to not, to be really skeptical of that idea that like, oh, evolution is about progress. But this idea of like increasing complexity is something that we actually see in the fossil record. And he's right. Dinosaur brain size does seem to increase as these dinosaurs are evolving. You've got better sensory capabilities, more complex brains, stuff like that. It's just kind of a natural course of evolution like that. And then you have extinction events that wipe the slate clean.
Responses improve. You look at dinosaurs, the last dinosaurs, and bigger brains than the earlier. Allosaurus brains like half as big as a comparable sized tyrannosaur.
Sure.
And yeah, so when Dynamite Twins were in here and asking like, oh, did Allosaurus have as big a brain as T-Rex? Was Allosaurus as smart as T-Rex? No. Tyrannosaurus would have probably been a lot more intelligent because it had a brain that was roughly twice the size compared to the size of the animal, Tyrannosaurs also get bigger than allosaurs by a little bit. But yeah.
Allosaurus brains like half as big as a comparable sized tyrannosaur.
Sure.
You know, they're all these things are improving because, you know, if you can outwit something, you're going to survive. You're going to have babies. You know, so we see increasing intelligence, cephalopods, increasing intelligence. You know, all these lineages, better eyesight. You know, things improve. You know, because you have optimization. You know, in the various characters that cause for survival.
Sure. Okay.
You know, and of course. You know, setting the competition. You know, it's why our pronghorn can run so fast. You know, it's optimization, and you know, I'm trying to think of Gerard Vermeer's line. It's just, you know.
Anyway, we'll have more discussions with Jim like this summer. In fact, I just texted him yesterday. I was talking with him yesterday and this morning about doing a live stream from the Utah Raptor block, and sounds like Jim is amenable to that idea. So we'll see if we can do that before on my way out to Wyoming for field work. Maybe on like May 27th, 28th, 29th, something like that. See if I can do a live stream with Jim from the Utah Raptor block, so I can show you this. So we can show you this huge block, like a minivan-sized block of rock that contains the remains of probably about a dozen different Utah Raptor. From hatchlings up to adults. It is incredible, and I'm so excited about this. So yeah. And Commodore says, do brain sizes matter? Like, can a brain be smaller and more efficient? Yes, birds are very good at that. They tend to have very small brains, but they're also very intelligent. They kind of optimize for space. They're very efficient like that. But I guess all other things being equal, a bigger brain does usually mean more smarts, more intelligence, more, I don't know, to use loosey-goosey terms like that. We don't have a hard and fast definition of what intelligence is. But more complex behaviors, better memory, better problem-solving ability, I guess. All of these things are extraordinarily difficult to quantify. But generally, the larger the brain, the better those things get. There are plenty of exceptions to that. It's not a simple thing. But yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And, you know, large brains aren't necessarily a recipe for success either. We as human beings have got freakishly large brains that are ridiculously complicated and energy intensive, expensive to run, and delicate too. Our brains are pretty delicate. Not a very resilient piece of hardware that we've got here between our ears. But there's no guarantee that this is going to work out for us in the long run, having a big brain like this. It's allowed us to cooperate with one another, to build societies, to spread out across the globe, to alter our environment in crazy ways. But that might end up being our undoing, you know? If what's going on in the Middle East right now turns into a global thermonuclear war, then bye-bye humanity. You know, we could be gone by this time next year. Likewise with climate change, with global warming, with messing with our climate to the extent that we've been doing by just spewing out all of these greenhouse gases. It could be that these big brains that allow us to do things like, you know, digging up coal and burning it, creating combustion engines and running them and spewing up all this carbon into the atmosphere, that could end up being our downfall. And maybe we'll end up being just a totally failed experiment like that. You know? We might be just smart enough to destroy ourselves, not smart enough to actually figure things out to the point where we can allow ourselves to survive for much longer. Because we as human beings have only been around for like a few 100,000 years. In our modern form, anatomically modern humans are maybe like 200,000 years old. We are brand new here on this planet. Compare that with dinosaurs. You know, even a species like Tyrannosaurus rex. It's around for like 2 million years. Remarkably successful. And probably would have had a lot of successful descendants if it hadn't been for that asteroid impact, you know? But yeah. Yeah. Anywho, that feels like irony, says Emily. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, I've got a little video here. Is this the, Here we go. Yeah. Talking about, dinosaur brains here. Fossils are also really neat in terms of their cranial morphology and their, like the way that their casque grows over time, where like they will be almost at their full adult size before that casque like starts to grow and inflate to show that they are actually fully mature. They're a really neat proxy for dinosaurs in that regard, where dinosaurs seem to get pretty big before they're full grown and before they're fully mature, and then you've got, you know, these cranial ornaments that start to develop after that. Hornbills are like a good example of that kind of thing. Commodore says, what do you think of the balancing game for embellishing the truth for more funding? That does not work in science, Commodore. No. You embellish the truth for more funding and your career will be like, it doesn't go well. Truth is the most important thing that we have in science. So if somebody has been found to be embellishing the truth, oh boy, it doesn't work in science. It might work in economics. It might work in philosophy. It certainly works in theology. It might work in law. Well, law, it's kind of the name of the game in law. In science, that is a, you know, that's a one-way ticket to discredit town. He's super smart. They just have to be fast, you know? So you could say they're outsmarting this guy. Well, they're not as smart as he is, but they're able to get one over on him by just being fast. Watch. So the idea is that he's got this thing on a string and he's going to try and yank it out of the way before the alligator can grab it. They need this because they fly. That's part of it. So like birds have to have very large brains because flight is a very complex behavior and they need to be able to navigate, you know, around obstacles and stuff like that. You know, that's part of what they're doing. There's a lot of sensory inputs that they have to interpret very, very quickly in real time. I guess. Yeah, big olfactory bulb in the front. Is that really that small there? Is that really that small? Yeah. And that is a big bird brain. It's not to scale, Cauldron of Bats. No, that's... Yeah. This right here is not to scale, the bird brain here. It's scaled up so that you can see it better. Yeah. So that's also scaled up. An alligator brain is not actually this large, unless it's a super, super huge alligator. Even then, this is probably bigger than the real thing. But this Allosaurus brain here, this is the real thing. That's the actual fossil, that endocast of the brain. This is life-size right here. In some ways, I think. I don't know. This might be overstating it a bit. But yeah. Yeah. And then Tyrannosaurus, like Jim was saying, Tyrannosaurus, relative to its size, its brain is twice as big as an Allosaurus brain. probably had more complex behaviors, may have been smarter, whatever that means. So yeah, interesting stuff. Anyway, let's take a look at the new paper here. And let me give you a link to it. Here we go. Just published today in the Anatomical Record. How smart was T-Rex? Testing claims of exceptional cognition in dinosaurs with the application of neuron count estimates and paleontological research. This is open access.
Access granted.
Here's a link. Are you in the chat there? If anybody would like to read this at home. And I know a few of these authors. Thomas Carr is an author. Oh, that's cool. Darren Naish is an author. Thomas Holtz is an author. Thomas Holtz and Thomas Carr are like two of the leading Tyrannosaur researchers. Right, or better known Tyrannosaur researchers, I should say. I don't know what leading means. But yeah. Recent years have seen an increasing scientific interest in whether neuron counts can act as correlates of diverse biological phenomena. Lately, Herculano Hausel, 2023, argued that fossil endocasts and comparative neurological data from extant sauropsids, extant reptiles, living reptiles, including birds, allow to reconstruct telencephalic neuron counts in Mesozoic dinosaurs and pterosaurs, which might act as proxies for behaviors and life history traits in these animals. According to this analysis, large theropods such as Tyrannosaurus rex were long-lived, exceptionally intelligent animals equipped with macaque or baboon-like cognition, whereas sauropods and most ornithischian dinosaurs would have displayed significantly smaller brains and an ectothermic physiology. That's the thing, too, is that Herculano Hausel and colleagues were suggesting that sauropods were cold-blooded based on their brain size, which does not follow, if you ask me. That's weird. The abstract continues down here. Here we address these findings by revisiting Herculano Hausel's 2023 work, identifying several crucial shortcomings regarding analysis and interpretation. We present revised estimates of encephalization. Encephalization is brain size. And telencephalic neuron counts in dinosaurs, which we derive from phylogenetically informed modeling and amended data set of intracranial measurements. For large-bodied theropods in particular, we cover significantly lower neuron counts than previously proposed. Furthermore, we review the suitability of neurological variables such as neuron numbers and relative brain size to predict cognitive complexity, metabolic rate, and life history traits in dinosaurs, coming to the conclusion that they are flawed proxies for these biological phenomena. Basically, trying to calculate the number of neurons and then use that to infer behavior doesn't work, is what they're saying. Instead of relying on such neurological estimates from reconstructing Mesozoic dinosaur biology, we argued that integrative studies, looking at a bunch of different things, that's needed to approach this complex subject. So, yeah, let's see what their figures look like here. Got some tables. I'm guessing this is not going to be a figure-heavy paper. But I'm excited to read this. And this might even be a paper that I discuss with Balint later on in the week. We shall see. And hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? Hello, hello. What's shaking with you, sweetie pie? Yeah. Let's activate our cat cam here. How you doing, sweetie pie? How are things? Yeah, you're looking fluffy today, sweetie. You always look fluffy, though. Don't you? Don't you? Yeah. And she's admiring my plants over there. Do you like those maidenhair ferns, sweetie pie? Yeah. They're plastic. Good thing, too, because if they weren't plastic, she'd be eating them. Yeah. All the cats here love plants. Don't you, sweetie pie? You You are botanically interested, aren't you? Well, we got a treat for you. Are you going to eat that treat? Mini Pie left that one there. What do you think? Are you going to eat it? Thinking about it. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. Let me get you some more. The vet said you're supposed to have like 5 to 10 of these every day in order for them to actually make a difference for your teeth. These are dental treats. There you go. Oh, Icinder says Kitty deserves so much love and affection, and she gets that. She is one of my landlords here. There are 3 different cats who lived here before I moved in. And I have to make sure they're happy, or else I'm out. Or else I'm out on the streets, huh, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. Make Away says I gotta get some of those eyebrow hairs. They're pretty impressive, aren't they? They really are. Look at those. Look at those eyebrow hairs, Sweetie Pie. Oh, sweetie. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And do the eyebrows active? They absolutely do, Caterpillar. Those are additional whiskers. Oy. And Alfisol, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Look at all those treats. Look at those. Good stuff. Eat them up, eat them up. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff, Sweetie Pie. Thanks for saying hello. Well, you've got a link to this paper now. We talked about T-Rex brains. We talked about how to try and infer intelligence in extinct animals. We talked about that brand new dinosaur, Chacosaurus, from Argentina today. We did a little primer on what evolution is and how we know about it as well. Got a pretty full stream today. And we got some wonderful raids, so I think it's a good time to wrap this up for today. So let's go ahead and do that. And let's put a Deinonychus behind our credits for the day. We were talking about Deinonychus at the beginning of the stream also. Don't go away just yet, chat. We are going to raid into somebody else. Maybe doing some science on Twitch. And Cauldron of Bats, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Who else is doing some science right now? Well, let's see. Let's go right into Moo Hoodles, who's doing some astrobiology news. Yeah. Well, that'll be a good time. If you like space, if you like to talk about the possibility of life on other planets, well, Moo Hoodles has got a stream for you. Let's go check her out. She's another science outreach person here on Twitch. She does good stuff. Everybody, thank you to everyone whose names are appearing here in our credits currently. Cheerers and followers, raiders and gifters, subscribers and moderators. You all make these streams possible, and I am very, very grateful for that. So thank you. It means a lot to me. And I hope to see you again tomorrow. We might be talking about Eryctodromeus, the first ever burrowing dinosaur described. Might be talking about that tomorrow. Or we'll see what other news pops up too. But it should be a good time. I hope you'll join me at 2 p.m. California time tomorrow for some additional paleontologizing. And I'll have more news about the field season as well. So tune in then. Let's go check out Moo Hoodles for now. Thank you, everybody.